Hello, this is stream 219. I'm working on a game. It's called Omnia Regna. It looks like this. Sort of inspired by the old Ultima games. 2D pixel art tiles RPG. Building up this world bit by bit. Still mostly concentrating on the underlying mechanics. I haven't put a whole lot of test content in there. What's there you see is all test content. So these are test NPCs and a test map and everything. So today my goal was to actually work on the real combat system for the game. There is a test combat system in place right now. Let me bring up the test environment with the actual player. And you can see there's an inventory where you can hold items like swords. And if I were to go find NPC that is attackable, where did they all go? Are they all hiding somewhere? Here's one. I step on him, he just disappears. And it says a chat message, there goes another one. So that's implemented right now in a game system called NPC Destruction. Hey there, Mr. Muffles. How are you doing? I missed your stream. So yeah, this game system here was just for testing, where it said for every NPC, if there's an armed player character present on the same square, then the NPC gets killed. So we send a random tell message. We take a point of durability off of the player's weapon, and at some point I delete the player or the NPC. Where was that? This one. Make destroy entity action. Oh, that's for the weapon. Where's the destroy? Okay, here it is for the NPC. So you can have the NPC destroyed as well as the weapon you're holding if it runs out of durability. So it's a pretty simple system just for testing. Doing well. Hope you're doing. I'm doing well too. Yeah. But I'm wondering where all my NPCs went, because there's Bob. Okay, there's one guy there. I wonder if the rest of the NPCs somehow escaped. Oh, maybe that's why. Looks like mountains are navigable now. Oops. I think all the NPCs must have escaped. Oh yeah, look at that. I made the accessibility 1 like normal ground. I guess all the NPCs left. Let's go see if we can round them up. Where might they have wandered off to? I bet they wandered off into the void somewhere and I'm not going to be able to find them. Oh, no, there's some. Yeah, okay, you can be removed. There were some up here too, right? I'm not going to be able to find them, I think. They're going to have wandered away. Thought it was around here somewhere. Huh, anyway. That's funny. Mountains should not be navigable. Okay, so I fixed that. Anyway. Walked into the biggest spider web ever and you still have the heebie-jeebies? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. My daughter hates spiders. Even seeing a spider from a distance gives her the heebie-jeebies. Yeah, so today I wanted to work on actually replacing that test NPC destruction system that does that with the real combat system. So the idea is that NPCs will either be attackable or they won't. If they're attackable, they'll have hit points, dexterity, and armor, and that is paired up with item attributes. So every weapon in the game will have an attack cooldown, damage equation, and this is mostly just inspired by typical RPGs where you have a die and a number of times you're rolling it, and then a base extra damage added to that. Hey there, Prof Elements 1. How are you doing? So we'll match up the item attributes with the NPC, and why did I write that there? Oh, that's different. Yeah, okay, essentially the player's items will be matched against the NPCs to see when you make an attack, do you hit? And if you hit, how much damage you do, and if you If the NPC reaches 0 hit points, they despawn, rather than despawning immediately when you step on them. So we'll have to also make it that NPCs can't be stepped on. You have to actually attack them. And we'll have a combat system that does the attack rolls. And we'll have to have an input system, so the player will have to basically stand next to an NPC like this and say, attack to the east, and then instead of moving on to them, it'll do an attack roll. I'm doing okay, Prop Elements. How are you? You don't have a phobia playing with mother... what just came out of my mouth? I don't know. Mr. Muffles says, I don't have a phobia, but when I get webbed in the face, I'm not having fun. Yeah, I agree. I always think, oh, usually with the spider web, there's a spider. Now the spider's probably in my hair somewhere, or on my back. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. I had a question by someone in the room. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I was going to remove the old NPC despawning system, and also I thought that if I were to remove the old NPC despawn system, which is the one where weapons break, where was that done? Here, this durability system. I think I'm just going to remove the durability system, which means that weapons won't break, and so I need another way to clean up weapons in the game. Otherwise, they'll just proliferate. So I'm thinking about having an item despawn system, so if you drop an item on the ground, after a certain cooldown, if it's still there, it would be deleted. And instead of having weapons spawn over here in the armory, we would have an NPC that you could talk to that hands them out. So here's the current armory system. Oh, and I can't step on them because they're not accessible. Yep, I forgot to set all of these. There we go. Just step on them and pick them up now. Yeah, so right now the armory system just spawns swords randomly here, and we'll get rid of that and we'll have an NPC that you can talk to, like Bob here. Talk to him and ask him for a sword, and right now he can't help you with that, but we'll make it so that he can. Alright, so that's the plan for today. And as always, please feel free to stop me with any questions that you have. Alright, attackable flag hit points. So I think I'll make this part of the NPC spawning right now. What can you help me with? You can ask him what his job is. I can say, what's your job? And you can say, a peasant. It says, you are a peasant, aren't you? Yes, of course you are. Goodbye. That's controlled by a dialogue system I did earlier. So here's Bob's dialogue system. In the conversation state, here are the things you can ask him. Peasant name, job, guard, chat, and bye. What does chat do? Oh, chat did a test of the scripting system. That's right. And then a peasant goes to the peasant state where we're testing the visible choice list. Yes to no. It's a big state machine. Alright, so here's the NPC spawning system. Here's what gets created with an NPC. So right now there's just a movement cooldown. I think what we're going to do is add the attributes I was talking about earlier. So there's the attackable flag. True. Hit points. I don't know. Should we make it random? So I had a way to get a random number, right? I don't remember how I did this. Right, I had an RNG. How did I use that RNG? Pick random, there we go. But it's a method of that. And it's not showing up there. Hold on a second. Oh, it's probably in the public header. There it is. see, where do I use that right now? Oh, okay, I'm using it through those bindings. Okay, right, the armory system. Okay. Let's pass it in then. I think I'll make HP and HP max. HP? Okay, was that? Pick random int between, I don't know. 8 and 24. Why not? And why does it not like it directly? Oh, components dot. There we go. Okay. What else do I want? Dexterity and armor? Okay. I don't know. How about just making up numbers right now? 15. Armor. Damage reduction, so I don't know. 2. At some point I gotta make it not hard-coded and probably make it determined by NPC classes. Putting something there for now. Okay, give items attributes. Well, there is no item spawning. Well, there is an item spawning system. It's the armory, but I'm gonna get rid of it. What does this actually make right now? It makes this. Maybe we should go ahead and just replace this with the way to actually get a sword from an NPC. I can work on that right now. Maybe. Okay, let's try that. Where are you, Bob? There's Bob up there. Let's go to his conversation and say sword. Let's actually make a sword state. Multiple choice. This will go to the sword state and... Oh, I have to hit add first. There we go. Tell... I have a spare sword. Need a weapon? I have a spare sword. Would you like it? And then save that, and then in the sword state we'll have choices yes and no. Both going back to the conversation state. No will say suit yourself. Yes will say here you go. And then a script that we'll have to make this script give sword player entity and save that. Need to be consistent about whether things are quoted or not. Okay, sword. Yeah, so that needs to be quoted. And then this should have some tail in here. Or have it make a part of this. Also, there needs to be a way to see if like your inventory has room for it. Bob hands you a sword. So let's presume we're going to have another script here. Oh, and I forgot about this. This should have both. I made the key and name separate so that I can have two yeses, like the yes if you have room in your inventory, and the yes if you don't have room. So this will be yes has room. Yes no room. Conversation add. This one should say, you don't appear to have any room to store this. Just to store it. How about that? But if you have room, so the difference will be in the requirement. So this requirement would be has room. And this has to be set up as a returning what that function will tell us. Okay. So this one will be return doesn't have room or not. This is Lua save. Hey there, Toulouse. How are you doing? Okay, so these scripts don't exist. Let's make some placeholders for them. So has room, add edit function has room, return true. We'll just say return false. That won't actually call the other one yet. And then the other one was what? I forget already. Give sword. Actually, I can grab the whole thing, right? And then add, edit, function. We'll have it do nothing yet. Okay. Does the script editing have validation on save? Yeah, it does. So if I forget the end or something, it'll say syntax error near end of file in script 6324. And then I can clear it when I'm done. Yeah, I did that during the 4th of July break, like during downtime for that. Okay, let's see if this works. I hope it works. At least the dialogue navigation. Sword. Can't help you with that. Okay, why not? Wait a minute, Bob. You can't help me with the sword? And this scrolling isn't working right now. Why can't you help me with that? It might be that I have to have it under name as well. I might have screwed that up. There we go. That's what it was. Okay, I'll need to write that down. See, bug in dialog editor. If name is empty, key is not sufficient to pick a choice. I meant it to be that if the name was empty here, that it would just use the key, but I guess that didn't work. Anyway, would I like to have it? Yes, I would. You don't appear to have any room to store it, right? Because we haven't written that script yet. No, suit yourself. Okay. Hey there, Clayman. Basic combat system. Yep. So right now we're working on letting Bob take charge of handing out the weapons. Okay. To determine if we have room or not, we have to look at the player's items and see if there is an empty slot. So it means I'm gonna have to loop through them. Let's see if I can get that to work. Scripts has room, edit. So, okay, let me actually look at the player. Where am I? There I am. It's items and it's going to be an array. Okay, so it's just, yeah, okay. How does this work again? for item dot value in iPairs player dot items do if v is nil, then return true. End. I think that's how it works. Submit. Okay. And let's test it. Kind of stop moving, Bob. Sword. This scroll thing, it's annoying. Oh, actually, no. It says the yes is not available. Oh, really? Either yes or no? Huh. Oh, here we go. Attempt to index a nil value, local player. Oh, because player is an entity reference. Okay. I have to actually look up the player's component. Yes. So I can say game. I always forget the names I give things. I need to look it up. It's like with and with entity component type. That's what it is. With entity component type, and it wants. I think it wanted to had it pass a function first, then a type, then an entity. Right. So there'll be a function given the function's given the what? The component, right? So let's do entity and player. Hold on. Okay, sorry. And then the second one was the types. It's player and then the entity. So with entity component of type, I wonder if I should turn this around and make the function the last thing, because it would read better, right? With entity component of type player entity function. And I can't just return true, right? I have to say local room is false, and this would be I'm going to want a real coded editor here soon. Because I'm hitting space manually. Room is true, right? And then this should be return room. Right, submit that. Okay, a syntax error on line 3. Oh, right. This is not an end. It's like that. Cool. Sword. Still an error? Bad argument 3 to with any component type. Number expected got nil. That's nil? You truly have a game engine right now? Bob the MVP? Just load via... Yeah, I could load it in there. Yeah, that's on the list of things to do, is to put... was it Monakai or whatever it's called? There's a embeddable version of VS Code here. It said that... Okay, it's a little bit off your screen. I mean, it's obscured by the camera. It says argument number 3 is nil and not a number. But what did I put for... Return has room... Oh, maybe player isn't given. Maybe I didn't call it player. Let me look this up. So that's in the dialog system, right? Right, this requirement evaluation. Oh, we're not passing the player. It's 0. Wait a minute, it shouldn't have been nil though. It should have been 0. So why am I getting nil? Oh, it is passing only. It's not passing anything. Oh no, it did. Oh, if it's not 0, okay, got it. Okay. So the problem is that the requirement is not pushing the source. What did I have it? Player entity and target entity are not being given to this, so I need to fix that. So the player entity is what? Player entity. And then target entity, which I don't have actually pushed in yet, but we will want it soon. And let me see if this is done more than once. I have a feeling that it is. Yeah, it's done more than once. When you make the choice, you have to do the same thing here. Player entity, target entity. Okay. Build and redeploy. First build of the day. What can you do? I guess while it's building, I can figure out what I'm going to want to put for give sword. Lua. It's gotta have the same thing as this has room, sort of. We have to find the slot to put it in. So it's slightly different than this, right? I will have a local slot. If we get to here, a slot is I. Actually, and it's 1 base, right? So that can be a 0. And there's no point to return anything, because this doesn't care. Right, if room, then here's where I have to go look. How did I do the there's a script that I made to alter the world. Let's grab it. Right, it's this feedback thing. So this is gonna look pretty ugly until I make like helper functions to do this for me. Game feedback. Okay, I don't want to do create entity. I want to do modify. Modify entity. Is that the right one? No, it's modify component, I think. Yeah. Right, so it kind of looks like that. So CT is not script, it's going to be player, and entity is the entity, and the delta is a JSON object. Actually, what we're going to put in there is the items, right? Items. So we should store the items as well. V. Well, hold on. It's player items. Right? And then actually, then I don't need the room, do I? Wait a minute. Yes, I do. Okay, never mind. If room, then items index slot equals the new item. Actually, we have to actually create the item first, don't we? You have to create the item and then put it in the player's inventory. Well, that's going to be a problem because I won't know what the entity ID will be. Shoot. I didn't think about it. Run into this. So what I want to do is a JSON object. No, it's going to be the sword and sword entity. But this, we don't know what it's going to be until this happens. Problem. We don't know the sword entity value until the create entity, which was, okay, I should get it back from the clipboard here. So this one, this does the create entity, right? And it's going to create, we don't need a position, we just need an item and a tile. And we'll leave the item system the same as before for now. Yeah, so not until this actually gets executed do we know the entity ID. So we don't know what's going to be. So we can't do that at all. But if we did know what it was, it would be to modify the player component. The delta would be items equals items. Get that right? No, has to be t equals items. Hold on. No. For a delta, it is that. Okay. For a create entity, it was different. Yeah, it was type and then component. This is just the type is given here, and then the it's just the value in the component. Yeah, okay, so it's like that. It's just that we don't know what the sort entity is yet. Do you have a doc somewhere about how your account system works? I'll have to build something like that too soon? Not really. Do you mean creating accounts and deleting accounts and that kind of thing? Most of the work is in securely handling the password, like right, using the right hash, secure hash function, and all that. PBKDF2. The rest of it is just storing stuff into a database. How you do it properly to handle the credentials? You'd look up PBKDF2. Where do I have that in here? This one. It's in here. RFC 8018. PBKDF2. That's the specification. So you can look up like JavaScript libraries to do that for you. Or you mean like do you have a separate account server? No, I actually don't. It's built into the same game. All the player accounts are just other kinds of records in the game state. Yeah. Sorry. I guess I don't do it properly. There have been recommendations made to me to have a separate account server. And the way I understand it is that the account server would just have its separate database and you would authenticate with it and then it would give you a token that you'd then use with the main game server. So the game server would only need to see, is this token in the shared database that I share with the account server? Oh, it is. Okay, and it looks like it's valid for this user. Well, thank you, Trumpsis. It's shorter now. Doesn't get in my way. Okay, how am I going to fix this problem that we have to wait for a whole, the feedback to be acted on before we can do the next thing? I didn't really anticipate running into this roadblock. Need to have an account server that will be used across multiple games. Well, that's how. Well, I mean, let me back up. Having a separate account server would make that easier, right? Because you would just have to set up a database that your multiple games all have access to, and it's just used to store tokens of authenticated users, right? And let the account server do all the authentication and all that. I guess you'd also store anything the account server would need about the player, right? I mean, the concept, it in my head, it sounds not that hard, but I've never actually done it. Okay, what am I going to do here? Seems to me like we need a new kind of feedback. Or maybe make it something that we can include with create entity. That after it's created, we can then maybe run another script, and that other script would have this bit in there. And it's possible that between when this is done and when we do this, that the slot might not be empty anymore. So really, I guess I would want to do this first, then see if we have room, and maybe if we don't have room in the end, we just destroy the item. Yeah, there's other uses I could have. So let's say for this feature that I'm about to put in, because let's say in addition to the components that we're going to give to the entity, we have like a callback, and the callback would be a event that is sent to the game systems. Or maybe I should just put in the script directly. It needs to be something I can put into a JSON value, though. So it's got to be like a string. So it could either be a Lua script, or it could be the name of an event to give to the game system. Actually, the game system is when you're given an event, there's also a payload, right? Hold on a second. Someone was calling my son's phone, and he had it on the desk behind me. So I dispatched the sibling to hand the phone off. Oh, actually, the event, is a JSON value. Interesting. So how am I using this? Oh, right. It can have other things besides the type. This is good. I don't think I'm using anything other than the type right now. What is this? Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, so it would be something like JSON object t equals I guess I would create a new kind of action. This would be treated like feedback. So yeah, this, okay. I'm trying to decide, should it invoke the ECS directly, or should I have a different kind of um, ECS action that invokes a Lewis script, which I have, right? Don't I have that in here? Let's look at executor. That's one kind of ECS. Okay, here they all are. Create component, create entity. Okay, so I don't. I have event, and that invokes the game systems. So I could make a new one called script, I guess. And then I could have it go through on ECS. I think. Well, this assumes that there's a command made for it. So maybe I won't go through this. What would be the most flexible? Have it invoke a script, then the script can use the feedback mechanism itself. So then it's just a script. Yeah. Okay, so it would be if this is called give sword, just called give. And it would be give to the player. No, give to the entity. And then I'll have to have it. Yeah, it's going to be whatever this creates. So I guess I just have to have a placeholder for it like this. Right? And then I'm not sure if Lua will need me to do that or not. Actually, I don't think it does. This is just concatenating. It'll say give to the player whatever the sword was, and then I have to have another script called give, which will be give player item. Oh, and I had this wrong, right? This is entity. Let's call it player entity. And then where I have entity, put that and that. Although I'm gonna change that in a minute anyway. Yeah, so player entity, item entity. Right, so if we get down to here, it's that item entity. Cool. Let's put that into the game already. Give. Submit. Oh, I'm missing a bracket on line 23. Oh, because there's no commas here? Huh. Okay, Okay, that was it. And then give sword. Doesn't need to check for room, actually. We just do a feedback to create an entity and then do the callback when we're done. So this says create this entity, and this new key CV for callback will say evaluate this script, and I guess we'll have to fill in that. Actually, I don't need to do that argument replacement if I make it a function with arguments, right? How do I do that? Kind of like the way an arrow function is done in JavaScript. Say function entity. Give player entity. So this is item entity. And then in parentheses, end. So that'll be evaluated and then called. Hold on. It'll have to, the return, so this will have to be return. Return a function, so it'll evaluate it, and then get the return value and call that with the item entity. Did I get the syntax here right? Think so. Okay. So let's put that in here. What if I should rename it to be give and receive? I'll figure it out later. I'm missing another one on line 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, missing comma. Cool. And I don't remember if I cleaned that one up or not, but let's update that. Okay, so the missing piece is this part, handling the CB. So that's a backend thing I need to do. And it's part of the executor, isn't it? Part of the create entity test. Yes, okay. Okay, so I'm going to be updating this unit test, I suppose. So it'll have a components. So there's another key then. Key ECS feedback action create entity. What's client? Oh, actually, why do I have a client key there? Why do I have that? I don't remember why I had that. Let me look it up. It's never used, really? Okay. Interesting. Well, it's never used, I can remove it, right? And I'm making a new key, callback. Callback. VS Code has been acting funny lately when I see what it did. Like it had solid blue dots there. Huh, can't see it now, but okay. Anyway, let's make a test Lua script here. So return function entity. Let's have it just do a feedback that we can capture. Hey there, Rally Monkey. Golem says hi. Golem's running, right? Yep, okay, it's running. Combat stuff, yeah. Well, I ran into a little snag here. in that you can't just create a sword and give it to a player. You have to create a sword and then wait until it's created to know what the item's entity number is. And then I had to have this callback mechanism that once we know the item's entity, we can call another script right here to give it to them. Oh, this should have been give, not give sword. Oops. That probably screwed up the server. Let me, because if you have two scripts that do the same thing, they'll overwrite each other. So let's submit that. And if I edit and submit that, that should fix it, right? Okay. Will I be able to spec your tune as an uncompromising pacifist? I suppose if you don't ever equip a weapon. Found a bug and decided to just delete the feature, so now you're happy? Okay. That's one way to fix a bug. Getting rid of the feature that the bug is in. Okay, yes. Yeah, hopefully it wasn't something you really needed. Okay, so this will be in the executor. Right, so what do we do here? How does... This is given a mock components or a real one? It's given a real one. How's that going to work? Is it going to end up calling it might end up calling a function that doesn't exist? The thought of a pacifist just occurred to you because it dawned on you how few games of the genre actually allow for that path. I don't know how it would work in an RPG. Like, how would you deal with monsters in your path if you're a pacifist? I guess you would sneak past them or something? What if they were holding a key you needed? Maybe be a really, really sneaky thief and you just steal everything you need. Trade and diplomacy. So you'd be able to maybe negotiate with monsters? Or sneak past, yeah. Oh, I do have a feedback in here. Okay. Feedbacks, I do have it in there. Ah, I do have a feedback. This is good. I'm not using it, but I have it. That's exactly what I need. Because I needed to do some kind of feedback. Something available through the components system. Where is it? Here it is. Feedback. Okay, how does this work again? Type and then payload. Okay, so game feedback, and then I can put whatever I want for this type, right? Foo-bar. Payload is nil. End. Return function, game feedback, foo-bar, nil, end. Okay, so that's what I want to get, that feedback at the end. That's the new expectation, right? So expect equal, so what's feedbacks? It's a vector of feedback, which is what? A struct with a type and a payload in it. Can I do this? Feedback. See if this will work. Okay, and then for a feedback, it's type, foobar, and then JSON value, null pointer. Cool. IntelliSense says it's good. I designed how the combat system is going to work, by the way? Not really. So this is how my idea of how it will start. And I think I need feedback from viewers to help guide me on how we want to do this. So far it's just going to be, if an NPC is attackable, they have hit points, and then I thought of just the first two attributes. Dexterity to make it difficult to hit them, armor to reduce damage taken, and then items have the matching set of attributes. there'll be a you can't. This limits how fast you can attack, and every attack there'll be. I didn't write it down, but there's a chance to hit. I suppose that's built into the item too. There's the if you hit, there's a damage equation, and oh no, there it was, bonus penalty to hit. So there'll be a roll to see if you hit or not, and then if you hit, there's a roll to see how much damage you did. And of course, if the damage is deducted from the NPC's hit points, they reach 0, they despawn. That's it so far. So I need to do the reciprocal part, like what happens when NPCs attack back, and do they pursue you or not, and what happens when a player character dies. You know, my only thought about that is you might be transported to a special zone that has no NPCs in it, like the graveyard zone, and you would just respawn there or something, or maybe there'd be a safe zone you respawn in back in town or something. I don't know, but yeah, I'm not the most creative person out there, so I am looking for feedback on like various elements of the combat system and other game systems too. And so all feedback is encouraged. If you want to give it to me in chat or if you want to give it to me in the Discord, all that is cool. Let's run this. It's going to fail. Oh, I have to click on that first. Like the idea of respawning to a safe zone. Yeah, I think that's a lot of games have that. I can just keep it simple where you're just back to where that safe zone and maybe you lose some amount of gold or something, right? Some kind of penalty so that if you are, so that you'll be hesitant to die. Maybe you lose some experience or some gold or something like that. Or maybe you lose random items and you have to go back to where you got killed to pick up the item again. I probably won't do that because other people could steal your items then. Wouldn't want that. That would just suck. Okay, cool. We're not getting any feedback. So let's add this in. Executor. This is going to be on create entity. Exactly. So after we create the entity and add the components, we're going to see if the action has a key ECS feedback action create entity callback. Then we're going to get it. So const auto callback is action, and then ref standard string that. And now we have to invoke the component system. So that's components dot. There's evaluate script. We're gonna have to invent something new, like issue callback or something. And we'll have to pass in the arguments we want. What's the most convenient way to do that? Maybe a JSON value? Indeed. If I make it a JSON array, then how hard would it be to pull out the types? What does JSON wrapper do for me here? Is there a Lua value from JSON value? Did I make one of those? There's that. Yeah. Which language are we looking at? Right now it's C++. But this code that I started with was Lua. So this is Lua scripting that I'm adding to the game, and it hooks back into the entity component system of my game, which is in C++. So multiple languages. If I'm in the back end of my game, it's going to be C++ and Lua, and the front end, this client here is all in JavaScript. So there's like 3 different languages that we bounce around between. So if I wanted to design this so that this callback here is, where is it? It's given an integer. But I want to make this generic. Or do I care? Does it matter? I know, I can make it args, and then this will have args entity. And then, oops, the way I save it is I actually put it into the game. So put it into the game for give sword, edit, paste, submit. Oh, what's the program? It's a game. So you can, oops, I just misspelled my own command. You can read about it more there. You can play it at that link. And the game looks like this. It is inspired by the old Ultima series. It's a top-down 2D pixel art where you move around in a virtual world, you fight enemies, you do quests, all that kind of stuff. And still working on the mechanics behind the game. So today's work in the test area here, I'm working on it. That's my character, and that's the NPC I'm talking to. I'm working on where I can ask him for a sword, and he'll give me a sword. So simple stuff like that I gotta get working first, right? That you can exchange items with NPCs, and then once I can equip those items, I should be able to use them to attack enemies. So really basic stuff. And a lot of the even the basic stuff relies on core mechanics of the game that don't exist yet, which is what I'm ending up facing, and I'm putting them in now. So like making the sword involves creating an entity, which has an item and a tile, and then once we create it, we have to give it back to another function, which is going to see, well, does the player have room in their inventory? And if so, tell the game to modify their inventory to include the new item. Okay, beginning of programming. Okay, doing web stuff. Nice. Well, your English is pretty good. I can understand what you're saying. I admire that because, flip side, I would not be able to do that. I don't know Russian at all. So I admire anyone who, either direction, is fluent in more than one language. That's pretty awesome. I am not so good. Okay, yeah, if I make it a JSON and then look, that would be more convenient for me. So let's do that. That this would be given a JSON object with a key called entity equal to the entity. Right? So I just need to make this a new thing. So let's add that. Components has its own set of tests right here. So we can add one called issue callback. All right, let's arrange a test. I'm looking for one that's similar to what we're doing. Is there one for evaluate script? Or no, okay, there isn't. Well, that's a bummer. Really? There's no evaluate? Huh. Okay. Well, why didn't I do that? Why didn't I make any test for this? Oh well, we'll just do it. So the arrange will be, we need to set up something to be called, right? Or do I? No, I don't need to, actually. I will just have the assert check something. Expect equal 4 if we call components evaluate script. Oh, that returns a result. So let's do it this way. Const auto evaluate results. The script would be return foo. And then we would expect false evaluate result error and expect equal 4 if we, let's just do 42 because I like the number 42. Evaluate result, results, interpreted as an integer, okay? And then the act will be, we need to set up, or we need to tell it to issue a callback. So components issue, the same like this. So the callback, we need to devise the callback. No, your English is not bad. It's actually really good. You're creating your own programming language? Nice. One of my other viewers is also creating his own programming language. And I think that that's awesome. It's hard to learn all the tools that are necessary to make a language. Either whether it's an interpreted or compiled language. That it's a special skill set that's required, I think. Okay, does this need any special things here? I guess we can put it in here. So like foo is a 40 or something like that, and the callback could be something like, this has to be a function, right? Return function args, which then will say foo equals arg 2. Let's say args foo plus 2 in order to get 42, right? End. And then we need to define what issue callback does. So let's go to the header file for components and add it. Let's add it near evaluate script. Where is that? There it is. So this doesn't require any result. It's just going to take two things, right? The script and then the arguments, which is a JSON value. And any reason I made that const? I don't remember why I made that const. Because actually it could make change. Oh, actually, no, it can't. It's not allowed to make changes, so it's all const. It can request changes through a feedback mechanism, but that doesn't change the component system directly. Right. I need to start writing this stuff down, like the internal design of this class, because I'm gonna forget. You don't know what's possible creating graphics in C++, C, Python, etc. These days, what's popular is to make graphics with graphics libraries like OpenGL or DirectX or WebGL in the case of the browser. That's the most popular way I've seen. And on top of those basic APIs like OpenGL, WebGL, DirectX, whatnot, there's usually a game engine. So like, for example, I'm not doing WebGL directly. I'm going through a library called Phaser. And if you were writing a game on Unity, Unity has its own APIs for doing graphics. So it also depends on what you're interested in as far as like what level of the programming you care about. Like if you only really care about making a game that is graphics, you'd pick a high level game engine and you'd use their tools to do the graphics. If you really like how graphics works at the low level, you might program directly to WebGL or OpenGL and do the graphics yourself manually. Yeah, Unity uses OpenGL, but I think doesn't it also use DirectX if it's available? Impressed by everyone that speaks multiple languages? You imagine looking at programming documentation. Well, these days there's also Google Translate, so that helps, right? I think no, I get the message from what you're saying, and I don't mind being distracted. Part of what I am practicing while streaming is that balance of responding to chat and then potentially getting distracted, and then going back to my work. So I try to keep a good balance of that. That's why you'll see me interact a little bit and then go back to work, and I'm trying to strike that balance there. The worst is when you get exceptions in your native language. You have no idea what to Google. That's true. You just have to kind of make a guess, right? So this is going to do more than evaluate a script in the context of the game. This is going to evaluate the given Lua script in the context of the game, expecting it to return a function. Call this function. Oh, I'm being rated. Chris, you're rating me. Ah! CM Griffing, Mr. Sir, how are you doing? Shout out to Chris. And I should say, Mr. Sir, welcome. You can see we're using CM Griffing's Stream Parrot overlay up here. He's an awesome web dev. He made this overlay that we're using up here. And how was the rest of your stream, Chris? I was watching you before I went live. Do you have any replacement emotes set up? Not yet. I'm open to suggestions, though. Maybe I could have a Raimu Pog and set that up instead of PogChamp. Something like that. Hey there, Sebastian and Trumpsis. How are you guys doing? And the real Casey. I'm saying hello to a lot of people. And Socketlow? Or Sockolo? Sockolo, I like that name. So, for those who are just joining, this is the game that I'm working on. It's a bit inspired by old games like Ultima 3, Ultima 4. It's going to be an RPG. It's going to be multiplayer. You can actually log into it now. If you go to omniaregna.com, you can create an account and log in and walk around in this test world. There's no game content yet. I'm still building up the mechanics behind the game. But you can move around. There are teleporters. There are NPCs. Over here, there are some swords you can pick up. If you're holding a sword and you step on an NPC, they disappear. And, oh, there's Clayman who's logged in. So I can, as a game master, I can see who's logged in. Today, I'm working on, in the test environment here, I'm working on this system here where I can talk to Bob and ask him for a sword. And if I have room to accept it, he will give me a sword. And that's all going to be through in-game Lua scripts, which look like this. And it's a bit complicated. This is maybe an easier way to read it. But the way my game is set up, having an NPC give you an item is a two-step process. First, we have to create the sword entity itself. So we tell the ECS, the entity component system, that we want to create an entity which has an item component and a tile component. So the item component says that it's a sword. And this is where we would also store like how much damage the sword would do, how much it's worth in gold, stuff like that. And then the tile is what to show for the graphics. So it's picking from tile set 2363, and that is this one. So it's picking this tile number 1, this sword. If it was ID 3, it would be a piece of chicken instead of a sword. But anyway, that's just how it shows up in the game, right? We asked the ECS to create this entity, and then this is the new thing I'm adding today. This is the link between creating the sword and then handing it to the player. This says, call back this Lua script once the sword has been created. So it'll be stashed in here under the entity element of the arguments, and we're going to call this other Lua function called give to give the player entity the sword. And that's this up here. So we first have to find the free slot in the player's inventory. So we tell the game with the player component of the player entity, loop through all the player's items and see if there's one which is set to nil, which is null. You know, nil is the Lua null, right? If we find an empty slot, we write down which one it was, and say that yes, there was room. If we have room, then we assign that item entity that we got to that slot, and then tell the game, hey, we want to modify the player's component with this new list of items. So it's fairly involved, and since this is really new, this is all manually done. Later, when I add more and more game systems, I'll stash stuff like this away as helper functions and make it more readable. Can you create a game in the web? You create several games and wish there were games in Russian? You can create games in the web. Multiplayer games, I think, are hard to do purely web-based because you have to have a server that brings everyone together. But single-player games are really easy. You just program your game in something like JavaScript or WebAssembly that'll run in someone's browser, and then when you build your game, you just put it on a hosting site like Amazon S3 or some file server somewhere, and then when someone browses to your game, they can play it in the browser. That's the easiest thing, I think. Thank you for the follows, everyone. I no longer shout out individual follower names because I don't like to make people feel uncomfortable. Some people don't like that. Not hosting site, use files? Yeah, well, the hosting site would be so that people can get your game. If you don't use the hosting site and someone wants to play your game, you have to give them the files, obviously. But either way, right? I was assuming when you say web that you mean to, on the internet, so that you're distributing your game to other people. So the browser is the most convenient way, but you don't have to do that. All right. I think I was writing this documentation here because I'm making this new, this is what's behind this callback here. That ends up going to issue callback, where script is this string, and then args, it's what we're going to pass to the function. So this is kind of like the Lua equivalent of an arrow function. This says, evaluate this, expect it to return a function, and then call it with something. So call this function passing the given JSON value as an argument. This contains a Lua script to evaluate to... This isn't even proper in English. This is the contents of the Lua script to evaluate to get a function to call back with the given arguments value. And then we have an arguments value, right? This contains arguments to pass to the Lua callback function. And then there is no return value. All right, so done documenting. Let's go implement. So come on, IntelliSense, you can take me to that code. Yes, thank you. Hey there, Backcraft. How are you doing? You use JavaScript in games, or you ask another? Well, JavaScript is just a language you can pick to make games. You can use whatever language you're comfortable with. I like to use JavaScript in the browser because it's a lot of the tools out there are very easy to find and use. But I've heard that you can also use other languages if you do things like WebAssembly. You're doing good? That's great. I'm glad to hear it. I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking. I am implementing this function called issue callback, which I'm going to need in order for Bob, who creates swords for us, to be able to give them to us. This is a crucial part of the two-step process that I'm doing right now. You will be able to ask an NPC, please give me a sword, and he'll say, sure, here it is. So create it first. Once it's created, we're going to call the give function. And the give function finds a place in our inventory and gives us the item. And it has to be two-step because we don't know the ID of the entity until it's created, and we can't create it synchronously. This is all asynchronous. We're asynchronously requesting, please create an entity, and when you're done, call this back, right? Do you use EB and AWS to host the backend? I'm using Elastic Compute. What is it called? EC2? Elastic Compute Cloud? So it's a virtual machine running on their platforms in their server somewhere. So it's like an EC2 micro, a T2.micro instance. And then I use like Route 52 or whatever to give it a domain name and allow you to get the code, the API, the JavaScript and the HTML served by the domain name. It's all in S3. Oh look, here's a new user, and there they are. When you create a new user account, there's a name check ticket that's open, so I can see, well, is that name appropriate? And I'm like, sure it is. So close and lock it. Yeah, so it's all in an EC2 instance for the backend, and the front end is I compile the front end files and then put them onto an S3 bucket, and that S3 bucket is served through CloudFront so that it's cached nearby whoever wants to download it. All right, I need to implement this issue callback, right? Okay, so it's going to be similar to evaluate script. In fact, I think I'm just going to delegate it like I did here. So we're just going to expect the script host to also have an issue callback, and we can just pass it the script and the arguments directly. It's like delegation, you know? So we're going to delegate to the script host. Evaluate script. So just basically copy that as is. Still remember the early days when you seemed to get a little bit nervous when you're rated, now you're a seasoned streamer? It depends. I guess if I got rated by like Kit Boger or someone with like thousands of people, I'd probably get very nervous. I'd probably get overwhelmed by chat. Yeah, anyone gets used to stuff that happens a lot, so. Issue callback. Yes, so we're just going to copy this and put it in script host. Here's the evaluate. It's going to be kind of like that. Oh, and I don't want const on this one because that does modify the script host potentially. There we go. Okay, I'm going to just copy the guts of evaluate because a lot of it's the same, right? All right, so instead of expression, it's script. Sure, so script, right? Actually, let's call it expression. Be more consistent. And this had a grammatical error too. A huge raid would be stressful. I think I would be most stressed by the moderation I'd have to do with chat and then missing messages. So I'd really have to lean on moderators. Like you, Rally Monkey. So if anyone would be stressed, it might be you, having to deal with all the extra moderation stuff. Okay, there is no player entity required here, but there will be a args. So, well, that's not at this point. So we're still doing, this traceback is to catch errors. We're still evaluating with no parameters, but instead of multi-return, we're expecting one return value. So we don't have to do this get top. It will be, we'll be getting exactly one return value, right? So it'll be on stack location 2, because stack location 1 has our traceback. So I can take it and just leave it on the stack, and now I'll need to push the arguments. So that's how did I do this? It was like JSON wrapper push Lua, exactly, and then Lua, and then the value is args. So that's a second argument. Oh, and I forgot the impl in front. And then we're supposed to push the function first and then the arguments, right? So this is correct. So it'll be function and then argument and then just do call. So we don't need any of this stuff at all, right? Hold on, let me keep that around for a second. I just need to do a call again, don't I? Like an inner call. Only this will be 2 arguments and no return value expected. And I still want to handle an error, so we'll just say if it's not okay. We'll do the same thing as this, so... Actually, you know what I can do? I can cheat. Since I'm reusing... I could reuse this and make it not constant anymore. And then simply do that. And then, does this matter? Yeah, that removes the traceback, right? And then I don't need to do this. And then we're good. And there's no result. Oh, but this, okay, what do we do with this result? Do I care if there's an error? Maybe I do. Maybe I do care if there's an error. What is Lua? Lua is a programming language made by the University of something in Brazil. Let's see how much of that is correct. So you do Lua script. Programming language Lua. Okay, that's not the best site. Is there? There we go. Wikipedia is better. And oh, it's from Portuguese, meaning moon. Where does it say it was made by? The Pontifical Catholic University of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. So yeah, it's used mostly in scripting, like in World of Warcraft. All the add-ons are written in Lua, and there are other games out there, I'm sure, that use it. It's just a very convenient, lightweight, simple scripting language, which I'm using because I like how simple it is to embed. The guts of it are kind of complicated in that it's a stack-based language, so you have to push things onto a stack or inserts things onto a stack, and then there are a lot of numbers. The numbers are either indexes or indices on the Lua stack, or they're numbers of things on the stack that you expect to be added and removed. But my philosophy is I get through all this ugly stuff and then kind of wrap it up, and I never look at it again once it works. Because this is at the very lowest level. I'll build things on top of this once this is working. Yeah, so I think I do want to handle errors. This handles errors at the layer above this, expecting that we have a result. I mean, I guess maybe we just tunnel the same thing. And then the executor could... what would the executor do with the error? Yeah, I'll figure this out later. Right now, we'll do nothing with the error. So I'll just remove the result. That means this doesn't matter. We don't even need to trace back, right? You know, I'll leave it in there, just not use it. That's what I'll do. So the compiler might complain that I'm not using it, but that's okay. I just want to see if this works. Okay, it's not compiling. I gotta wait and see what the error was. Okay, it's in the executor 1394. Oh, because object, it's 2 levels. The outer brackets are for the initializer list, and the inner brackets are for every key value pair. Okay, what's the second error then? Components line 476. Okay, that's obviously not the right file. Oh, it's in the tests. 476, here we go. Oh, it's the same thing. Forgot, it's 2 levels of brackets. Anyway, that's where we wanted to end up anyway, so that's a nice segue, because I'm going to run this test and hopefully it passes. It doesn't pass. I get... Oh, wait a minute. Okay, it's 0, so it didn't work. I guess we'll trace and see what's going on here. Issue callback, and we'll put a breakpoint in here. And then debug this. Debug. Oh, you invited people in my stream? Well, thank you very much. I'll try my best. I don't know Russian, though, so hopefully they know English. I'll try to speak more slowly so that it's easier to understand. Okay, let's see what happened here. It loaded the expression correctly, and now we're pushing the traceback, inserting that in position 1, and we're calling it. And what do we get back for the result? We got okay, and now we're pushing the argument. Oh, this should be a 1, not a 2. That's probably the problem, right? This needs to be a 1, not a 2. It's the number of arguments is 1. The function itself doesn't count as an argument. Let's see, did that fix it? Hey, it fixed it. So this relied on the side effect that it stores 42 for the global variable foo. But the fact that it worked means that's awesome. Oh, well, thank you, the Nick program. All right, cool. So that's working. Then I can test the executor, this test that I had made, and see if that's working now. That is still not working. No feedback is happening. We did request it though, so let's debug and find out why it's not calling it. So let's turn off that breakpoint and put another breakpoint in the executor. This part here, right? This new code here. Let's see why it didn't get called. Run. I mean debug, not run. Okay, it should have that key. So here's the callback. The entity number is 1. It should issue this callback. Let's see what happened. Well, what is this gonna do? This is gonna call game feedback. So it should come back to this feedback here, right? So I can put a breakpoint there and hit go. So it did come back there. The type is foobar. The payload is nil, probably. Yeah. No, it's invalid. Shouldn't be invalid. I set it to nil, didn't I? Oh, why do I have a... Oh, yeah, okay, that's right. Okay, so there's some problem in the parsing of nil here. Let's change that to like 42, and I'm going to see it show up in the unit test. What the auto word does? Sure, I have a command for that. I maybe use it too much. It's a personal preference thing. It's just a way to do type deduction. So in C# it would be var. It's basically saying, please fill in the type for me. And like it's showing here in my editor, I'm comfortable using auto because the editor shows a nice pop-up telling me what the type really is. And I don't need to type that long string, standard, shared pointer, realm server, commands, ECS, because I've already typed it once here, right? So I figure if the type is evident to the compiler, and probably any reader looking at this could say, yeah, that's the type. Why repeat the type name here? I just put auto. Yeah, please compiler, figure out what the type is. And my justification for using it so much is I have not had very many bugs as a result of doing it, and it helps me with less typing, and it doesn't really make it harder to read. If any of those things became false, though, I would try to train myself to not use it so much. As long as it's still readable, it doesn't create bugs, and it's less typing, then I like it. So it's, yeah, basically the same as var. Just says figure out the type, right? It's a strongly typed language still, so it's not like it can be any type. It just, it has to figure out the type based on the context. So if you're assigning from something, it's going to look at the type of that R value, that thing on the right side, and say, okay, I'll make that type the same on the left. Yeah. So you can't use auto if you want the type to be different. Like if you wanted an implicit typecast, you can't use auto. You would have to put the type here explicitly, or you'd have to do the typecast on the right-hand side, which I do some places. Some places I will do that on purpose. I don't see any here, but yeah, if I did something like int or something like that, that's an explicit typecast, and that's the same as, well, it's almost the same as just saying int here, because it'll say, well, that type doesn't match that, so I need to do a typecast. And in this case, it's not, you can't cast from that to int, so it's going to be an error, but you know what I mean. If they're comparable, it'll do a cast. So let's see why this isn't working. It gets to there, and it gets to there, and let's see what that payload is. Invalid. I should probably just see why it's not parsing that correctly. So let me restart the test here. Restart. Go. Let's go into this thing. Oh, it expects it to be a JSON value. Okay. So I probably don't want that. It has to be a JSON value. Okay, well, I guess I can work with that. So if feedback requires a second thing to be a JSON value, that just means I need to change this to be like JSON construct 42, right? And then, or JSON nil, right? And then it'll ultimately give me back nil there. I think. Yeah, because the C++ end will compare it. Still not working. Oh, bad function call. That's always fun to debug. Let's see that. Go. And go again. Hold on, why did we hit here? Let's restart without any breakpoints. It's hitting, oh, the feedback delegate's empty. I thought I had that set up, but maybe not. So it is calling the feedback delegate, it's just not set up. I could have sworn I set that up. Yeah, it's set up here. Why is that not working? Weird. Huh. Is that called from this test? It should be. Let's see. Yeah, it is. So it should be setting up this feedback delegate. So what's going on? Why is this empty? You need to think about this. I also need to use the restroom, so how about I'll take a quick break, like a minute or two, and come back and find out why this is empty, even though I set it here. Probably something simple I'm not realizing. I'll be right back, just a minute or two. I'm back. Uh-oh, what happened? Hey there, Frosty. Oh, just Rally Monkey yelling at me for being away? Get back to work this instant! JS has no automatic types. The language does not care about types at all, which is a downside in bigger projects. That's true. If you need types, then TypeScript is there for you. Right? It adds types to the language. Kind of off to the side. Yeah, you can get types with JavaScript as an add-on. TypeScript. Okay. Why is... I guess I could step into that and see what's going on. Down here. Where is it? Here it is. I should just bookmark this. Bookmark. And then debug. Let's step into this. Okay, so it's going to set it here. What is this thing? This is the executor. Feedback delegate is no longer empty. I'm wondering if this is the same components object that the executor ends up using later, or if it's a different one. So what I'm going to do is take that. This is old school debugging, right? Where we say, take a screenshot of that number. I'm just going to put it there. And when we get to there later, we'll see what that self is. Is that the same as that? Let's see. I don't need any of these things. Go away. Is that the same number? No, it's not. So it's a different components object. That's interesting. Why is it using a different components object? Wouldn't I like to know? Is this different? Oh, wait a minute. What's the this here? Yeah, okay. Yeah, different object. Why are we in a different object? Load more stack frames, please. Right. The mock journal is going to publish it to the to the executor. It's going to end up here. I'm going to call on commit. Oh, it's publishing into the snapshot state. That's what's going on. I forgot about that. Can you ask me about React and use hook? Sure. I love talking about React and the use state hook. I learned it in February-ish, so I've been using it for the last 5 months. While you're writing your question, let me go to the code I have, which uses this state hook. So I like to put components of my React app under views, and I've broken that up into activities and then panels within an activity. Probably like playing activity, I use the state hook, right? No, I don't. I had to find one that does. Shouldn't be too hard. Okay, here's one that does. So I have the name of the zone in the character panel using that. So let me find that character panel. New zone name. So that's this thing, foobar, right? That's in my state hook. So if I go to React and then I look at this component, and where's the component level? The nesting is kind of horrible in React, so I got to find the component it's in. I guess I can click here, right? There. Yeah, see, there's the actual value in the state hook. One downside of state hook in React is that you can't assign names to the variables. It just says state, and if you had two of them, you'd have two things called state. But see, that value foobar there will change if I type something else into here. like A, B, C, D, E, F. So what's your question about the state hook? Not ready yet? Okay. I can talk a little bit about how it's used. So in addition to importing React, you import by name the use state. And then usually this is when you're using React hooks, you're using functional components. So instead of this character panel being a class, it's a function, and it takes all of its props as one big object where every field of the object is a different prop. And usually I just call the state hook right away. And the argument to the state hook is what you want the initial value of the variable to be. And you have to remember, it doesn't really have a name. It's just you're given access to what the value is as the first return value. Your return value of useState is an array that has two things in it generally. And the first thing will be, what is the current value? The second will be a function to call to change the value. The thing itself doesn't really have a name, which is why in the debug tools, it just shows up as state and doesn't have a name. Thanks for the follow, by the way. So yeah, the way you'd use it, again, you call use state, give a default value for the thing, and then you get back what's the current value. So this new zone name will start out with empty string, right? But whenever we call set new zone name, it'll change the value so that the next time it gets rendered, new zone name will be whatever we passed to set new zone name. And the trick is to make sure that the either the DOM uses that value, or one of the props that you pass in uses either uses the value or can call this one, so that whenever you call this, it should trigger a new rendering, right? So in the case of this one is used in as the value for an input element, right? And then the change thing ends up calling the set for it. And I have a little bit of glue logic here. So because change is a DOM event handler, it'll be given the event, not the actual value. I make a little adapter here that given a setter function, you call it using the target value of the event. It's a little hard to read because it's a double arrow function. It's easier to read right to left. So we're going to be taking the value of a DOM element, which is the target of an event, and we're going to be passing it to a function, the setter function, which is what we give when we call the change field in the first place. So down there it was set new zone name. Still waiting for the question, Majsterku. But that's pretty much it for a state hook. It's independent of Redux or any kind of permanent state. It only exists as long as the component is mounted by React, and you get the new value every time the component is re-rendered. And you can change the value by calling the second thing in the array that you get back from useState. That's essentially it. Let's see, your programming language is called StartPick. Use StartPick system, use StartPick development, use StartPick K, screen print. That looks pretty good. That reminds me a bit of JavaScript, or maybe Python, right? Import and use, kind of the same thing, right? Nice. Anyway, Majsterku, if you let me know what your problem is, I can try to help. But that was my little spiel about the state hook. Let me go back to where I was debugging here. Yeah, this passed, but then the executor actually has two states in parallel, and this is the snapshot state. We're not setting up the feedback delegate for that one. So I should just do that. Where is that done? In the test setup? Do we even handle the snapshot state at all? Set feedback. Okay, that's on the components. Where do we mobilize the executor though? Oh, here we go. You need to change the value of useState to render new values, but in the same function, you need to call Axios, and Axios state change again. Problem is, in the same function where you're changing the useState, the value that you read is the previous value. Yeah, I'm not very familiar with Axios, but that's another library that does asynchronous function calls, right? The problem there might be that when the state in the state hook gets updated, it's between renders. And if you've already rendered and you call Axios and you're trying to change it, it might be that it's not triggering a render again, and so it's using the old value of the state variable. So what I try to do for that is put stuff like Axios in outside of React and separate it from React. So if you can, try maybe one way to do it would be have the Axios stuff and all passed in through props. So make the React independent of Axios, in other words. So for example, like I use Redux instead of Axios, and I'll have Redux middleware do stuff like what Axios does, and I connect them through props. So the way Redux works is you can pass in a prop to React that it's a function that when you call it, it does whatever you want in Redux. So you could have a prop do something in Axios, and then Axios could make its updates available through other props, similar to how Redux makes it available through a state object. That'd be maybe one way to do it. But in console log, there is no new set value. Yeah, it's probably because the Axios is asynchronous, and it's doing it independently of the rendering of React, and so I think you need to separate the two. Try to get Axios completely out of your React component and make them connect through the props. Kind of like how it's done with Redux. And I'm not that familiar with Axios to give you a specific answer. I'm just giving you like an idea of what you might try. Hey there, Epic Unknown. If anyone else knows Axios, especially if you've used Axios with React, feel free to give some advice. I wish I knew more about Axios to give you a specific answer, though. You'll try it? Yeah. I think it's a good idea in general to try to separate React stuff from non-React stuff and have everything funnel through props. So the way Redux does it, I like it because in the React thing, React knows nothing about Redux. It just knows I have some props. Some of them, the ones I have on in front of by convention, those are all functions that the React can call in order to do something outside of React. So in my case, it's trigger some Redux action, right? So in your case, it might be trigger some Axios action. And then everything that comes back to React would be through other props, which are just values. And the way React handles that is whenever any of your props changes value, it re-renders. And every time you re-render, you'll get a new value for your state and a new set value. So if you can separate your Axios out and have it all go in and out through props, that would probably be both clean and, well, probably work better. It'd be clean because if you decided later you don't want to use Axios, you want to use something else, you don't have to change your React at all. You just change your props. You can create stream, but having a microphone, having web camera. Yeah, the microphone is probably the most important. The webcam is extra icing on the cake, so to speak. Most people won't watch a stream if there is no microphone or webcam, but if you have a microphone, you'll get a lot of people watching it to listen. The webcam gives you that that human contact that there's you can see what they look like, and especially if it's synchronized with the microphone, of course, it feels more like a real connection, so you get more people to watch. But yeah, microphone is more important. All right, back to this. Why? Oh, right. I need to see, what do we do with the snapshot state? Or maybe the bug is that we're calling it at all. So that would be where that test is run. So let's go back to that and run it again. The fact that this calls it without checking if it's not null is maybe the problem, right? Actually, it shouldn't even be running the Lua at all on the snapshot state, so why are we doing that? Issue callback. Hold on. Oh yeah. Oh right. The bug is here. We shouldn't be issuing a callback unless this is the main game state. That's what it is. So it has to be two things have to be true. It has to be is main game state, and it has to be the there has to be a callback. There we go. Hello. How do you say your name? TWY? TLY? Doof. Don't know how to pronounce that. Twitly Doof? Twitly Doof. Hello. Let's see if that fixed my test. Yay, it fixed it. All right. So, this confirms callback functions work and I can rely on them. So that means I can just reboot my server and see if this works now, right? Thanks for the follow, by the way. There's a lot of ifs in that statement. Let's see if this actually works. So there's a little delay in restarting the game. I'll just try to kill time for 20 seconds until that happens. We can actually watch to see if the server comes back out online. For the GM, if the server's offline, they'll show up in red. I haven't mentioned it today, but the game actually runs in 3 copies, and it's using a consensus algorithm called Raft to have the game mostly run in one server called the leader, and the other servers maintain copies in case the leader dies. Any of these followers can take over and run the game instead. And yeah, there's this little graphics glitch that I haven't fixed yet, but if you reload, it goes away. All right, game is running, and we can try to talk to Bob and have him give... He won't be able to give us a sword because our inventory is full. So let's test that sword. Oh, actually, he says yes, so that's a problem. Oh, wait a minute, no. I removed the check. So I should be able to say yes, but he won't do anything. You don't appear to have any room to store it. Okay, good. That's what he was supposed to say. Okay, so let's drop a sword. So buy, and then let me drop a sword over here. And let's talk to him again. Sword, please. Yes. Okay, don't have any room. Why would he say that? Oh, did I hack that script to not let us have... Let's see. What did I do? Sword... Has room, not has room. So the has room is probably broken, right? And I changed it to pass the player, right? I suppose I need to debug that script. Has room. Entity. Player. Let's print out something here. So we'll say game chat game 0 slot I has toString value, and just put that as a chat message. And now we'll do the same thing. Sword. Yes. Did it print out any chat messages? It didn't. Okay, so there is maybe something wrong with it. Doesn't even get that far. So sanity check. Let's put something here. Checking inventory of entity. Submit. Sword. Yes. Okay, the entity number is correct. Although it's a floating point, it'll get interpreted as an integer. 3,700 lines, you couldn't? Well, that's because I need to probably break up this test suite into smaller bits. It's kind of grown, it grows over time. So it's just collecting all the tests for the executor, right? So if I group these into different subsets and then put them in different files, the files will be smaller. These tests are fully independent from each other, so there's no reason why they have to be in the same file. It's just more convenient for me. So I could say, like, split it into 5 groups, and each group would only be like 1,000 lines long. So because these tests are fully independent from each other, I don't really mind that the file gets long. Yeah, and one thing you'll find when you go from making small programs to large programs is it takes some training and practice to know when to split files into smaller files. Like if you have one big file, when do you cut it up into 10 smaller files, right? You might find that the file gets really long before you realize that it's too long and that you should cut it up. And then you might realize, I don't know how to cut up this file. And yeah, it just takes practice to know when to do that. Some people don't even care. They'll make like 10,000, 20,000 line files and it doesn't faze them. Okay, so it's checking the inventory, but is it just never getting into this with entity components? That's possible. So let me see. So we'll put another one here and we'll say inventory of entity blah is toString player.items. Submit. Let's see what happens now. Sword. Yes. Okay, it is getting the inventory. I guess the problem is null doesn't match nil. Okay, that I could see that. So null is not nil because null is a JSON value and it's not equivalent to nil. All right, so I have to do it this way, I guess. I have to say JSON. Although I don't know if I did the comparison. Did I do the comparison for JSON? That might be a problem. Yeah. Might have to do that. Either that or make... I'm not sure how to... I might have to make a method of JSON to get the type or something. Let's see if that works. This probably won't work. Sword. Yes, please. Yeah, okay. It doesn't work. So... there was a meta method called equals that we could do, right? Why don't I just make a method method of JSON that gives me the type? Yeah, so JSON wrapper is where I want to go. Do I have tests for JSON wrapper? I probably don't. Here's JSON wrapper. Okay. And the header file for it is where? Here. Okay. Oh, right. It's all. It don't have to modify the header file because it's all through a meta table in Lua. So where is that again? Here it is. This meta table, right? Yeah, I don't have a comparator. That's the problem. I had a class index. I think that's where I put class methods. So I could do it here. I could say type or something. Yeah, let's do that. And while I'm at it, let me alphabetically sort these. And then type, T comes after P, right? So type, it would be type. And then we'll make a new function called type. We'll just have it return the type of the JSON value as a string. This Lua function is registered as the type method of the JSON class. So yeah, so we're just going to switch on the type, right? Get type. Actually, get type Yeah, get type returns me an enum. So I have to switch on that, right? Switch on this. These are the different types. So we'll turn this into strings. I feel like I've already done this though. Print2, I think, did this. Aha, see, I've already done it. I can just adapt this code here. There we go. And then we're going to ultimately return that. So each of these will do a, how do you do that? Push string? It's push string, right? So all of these OSs become a push string like that. And all of these become a JSON value type like that. Isn't that cool how multi-cursors work? Although this got all messed up. Default. And then I don't need to do that. I just return 1. Cool. Do I not have null in here? Did I forget null? I think I forgot null. I forgot null. How could I forget null? Null. Hey there, Nui. I'm already 2 hours in. I'm used to you being at the beginning of the stream, although I did start an hour early. Try on the stream to make a little game, and on the web, catch, continue streaming this. Sounds good to me, the Nick program. All right, so I'm going to use that where? In my tests, right? No, I don't need to use it here. I just need that to be in the game. So here we're gonna restart the game. I know I forgot null. Isn't that sad? I should probably put it into where I had that print2, right? Yeah, because it's not gonna print out null values. It's gonna go to 3 question marks. Should I just sneak that in? Let me just sneak it in. Even though I'm not needing to modify JSON, I'll just do it anyway. And was that the only place? Is that the only place I do this kind of thing? Yep, okay, so we're sneaking it in. Okay, caught up to the cluster. Let's reload the graphics here. All right. Talk to Bob. Sword, please. Yes. I haven't updated the script, that's why it still won't work, right? So I need to go to has room and say not that it equals JSON nil, but that the JSON dot type of v equals null. Submit that, and then try again. Sword. Yes. It still didn't work. Let's have it print out the types. Oh, I never got into here though, did I? So there's another problem. It's never doing the I pairs. Oh right, I pairs didn't work. I forgot about that. I meant to implement I pairs, but I never did. But the length will work, so I can do it this way. I can, oh, let's not edit it here. This is a pain in the butt, so let me edit it out here. Has room, right? Yeah, so I wouldn't want to do that, but it's not implemented yet. Instead, I'll do a for, I do a classic for loop in Lua. I forget. I'm gonna cheat and look up an old Lua script that I made in the precursor to this game. Actually, I can look it up. Did I have one in Iron Glove actually? Iron Glove game systems. Here. I have a classical. Okay, those are the 4 in. Do I have a classical for loop? I don't know if I do. I do not. Okay. I gotta look elsewhere. Where would I have had a classical for loop? Phoenix Ways. Where would I have put this stuff? Thanks for the follow. I don't remember. Would it be under assets? No, server assets? I don't remember where I put this stuff. I'm just going to give up and I'm going to look it up like I should have done. Dev docs. This is an awesome site, and I can go to Lua. And what am I looking for? I'm looking for basic concepts loops or language loops. For loops, for statement. Here we go. Oh, right. It was this weird way you do for name equals something to something, starting at the value of the first expression until it passes the second one by steps of the third. So the step is the optional. So it would be for I equals 1 to the length of player items do, right? And then instead of getting a V, I have to get myself. So V equals player items V. Okay, let's try that. In the game. Where is the game? Here it is. Paste, submit, and we'll try it now. Whoops. Talk. He keeps moving. Stop moving, Bob. Sword, please. Aha. So it did something. Interesting. Did it break? Is that why? Yeah, okay, there. Bad argument number 2 to index. String expected got nil. On line number 9. In function expression 5. Is it this thing? Or is it this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It is this one. I should also do a local, shouldn't I? And does that need to be local also? I can't remember. That I don't remember. What does this say? Oh no, it's implicitly local. So I don't say local. But it didn't like this index. It didn't like looking up items. It complained about what? That it was a string was expected to the indexer. Did I forget to do indexing of arrays? I probably did. That's in the indexer. Wait a minute, what am I doing here? Oh yeah, look, it's expecting a string. Oops. That's a problem. Yeah, if it's an array, we should index by integer, not string. Why does it say it got nil though? Did I use the wrong variable name? Oh, I did. Okay, that should be an I. We'll get the same kind of error though. It's going to say got an integer or number, not a string, right? Okay, so take that. Let's clear that and put it in there again. Let's verify I get the error I expect. So sword. It still says nil. Why would it be nil? Shouldn't be nil. Oh, no, it's line 11 now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, the V is nil. Oh, okay. Why would that? Right, because the indexer doesn't work. Got it. So it probably printed the other line there. Yep, slot 1 has nil. Okay. So there are a couple issues. Actually, I don't need to... If I fix the indexer, this will always be some JSON value, right? And then I don't need to check if v is nil. Okay, let's fix the indexer then. I think what I need to do is, if it's an array, I need to handle that argument too specially. I can't check it as a string. So I'll say if self get type is JSON value type array, then we're handling it. Oh, I see. This is the value indexed. This is the thing we're indexing. So I really need to declare this value first. Or I can, Yeah, I want a reference though. I guess I'll do it by pointer. JSON value pointer const value and null pointer, right, to begin with. If it's an array, index it one way, otherwise index it as a string that way. So as an array, we'll do check integer. Can I just... Yeah, I'm gonna do it this way. This is index size t. Wait lessons of start pick? I'm not sure what that means, I'm sorry. Anyway, this needs to index by integer. And then what we're gonna do is we'll return the address of... We'll take the address of and store it in value, and then value just needs to be common arrow. Actually, I have a better idea. We can do it this way. We can call this one PTR. And then say that this is value equals that. And then the syntax resolves from there. Too many parentheses. Oh, and since Lua is 1 based, I need to subtract 1, don't I? And I should check it that it's in range. Okay, so we'll do all these things. If field index is less than 1, or field index... I suppose then I should just make this an int. Actually, what would be better is to just keep the type as it is and say, or, well, no, let's do int. Because what this returns is some kind of weird type like Lua integer. And really, I just want it to be int because I'm going to be comparing with ints, right? But if I'm going to be doing this, greater than or equal to get size, what does that return? That returns a size t. Push nil, return 1, right? Actually, I think I can just say return 0 and then implicitly pushes a nil if they expected 1, but I like that explicit better. Actually, I'm going to make that a size t. It may underflow. If it's negative, it'd become a large positive value, but then this check will catch it. All right, let's go with that. All right. Kind of cheating. I should have a unit test for JSON wrapper so that I don't have to test it live. But that would be a whole bunch of extra work I don't want to do right now. Oh, you knew you were helping someone with something. I understand. That's all good. Don't expect you to be here at the same time every day. It's nice when you are, but don't expect it. All right. I'm definitely going to want to make helpers for a lot of this crud. I'm going to want to implement iPairs, I think. That's the Lua way of doing iterating an array. This is an old school way. It'll still work, but it's not as nifty. I'm waiting for it to say caught up to... oh, it did say caught up to server. I just didn't see it. All right. That happens because of a race condition. It only affects the GM, so I haven't cared to fix it yet. All right, let's talk to Bob. Sword, please. Did it break? Ooh, it died. Huh. It completely crashed. Okay, let's debug that. To debug that, I gotta watch the leader. Yeah, leader died. So it's gonna time out one of these followers will become the leader. There we go. Server. Oh, but then it died. Oh, it's in a death cycle now. Interesting. Because it's trying to execute that command, right? So I probably have a bug here. Oh, wait a minute. This returns a temporary, doesn't it? No, it returns a reference. So that should be safe. Yeah, I wonder what's going on here. I guess I'll make a unit test for this. Like I should have done. Okay, so let's just make a unit test. JSON wrapper tests. JSON wrapper tests. This module contains the unit tests of the JSON wrapper class, if I could just spell it correctly. So we're going to strip away everything but gtest and JSON wrapper. And don't need this anonymous namespace, whatever was in there. This is the test fixture. Do I even need anything in the test fixture? I don't think I do. I don't need any of this junk. And I have met this twice. Shame on me. Okay, removing all of this junk. We'll keep the fixture around in case I need some common stuff, but I don't think I do. And really, this should say override, because it's overriding a virtual method. Okay, so this will be the only test that I care about right now is index JSON array. And we'll see, what do I get? So the arrange will be oh, this requires a Lua, doesn't it? So maybe I do need a framework. The framework has to call link. It has to make a Lua interpreter and call link Lua in order for us to use it. So that's what we're going to do, right? Let's do what the script host does. Right, it's got a let's steal from the script host about all this stuff. All of that junk, and we'll put it up here. And this also, we'll do this in setup. That's what we'll do. So this in setup. And then teardown should do the close. And then we'll put the interpreter under properties. And that means I need Lua, so I need to include all the Lewis headers. Like that. Yep, the game is online. What crashed is my test environment. This is why I do the test environment and not live on Amazon. Okay, so why didn't that not work? Oh, because it's in the namespace of that, right? Cool. All right, so we're ready then. The arrange will be, we need to make one, right? Because we ultimately want to get into this code, which I think is crashing the indexer. So we'll simulate this. I will make one, which is a push Lua. Okay, so push Lua, realm server, JSON wrapper, push Lua. And we need Lua and the JSON value. So that's JSON array. 1, 2, 3. Actually, let's make them 11, 22, and 33. Okay, and then we're going to end up calling the indexer. We need to push more, right? So the first one will be... hold on, I'm in the wrong place. Here it is. Is this accessible outside? No, it's not. How do we get to that? We get to that through the meta table of JSON. So I can look up the meta table and call it. That's the easiest way, I think. So it would be Lua get global. Get global JSON. And then it's like Lua get, like Lua, this thing, right? Lua push string. Index. This should say Lua in front. Oh yeah, you either the G key on the keyboard to get, or the button that says pick up item. So you're playing the game right now? I'd be able to find you? Oh, there you are. Are you holding a weapon? Let's see if you are. You are holding a weapon. 11908. And you haven't used it yet. Your durability is still 3. I can make it virtually indestructible by doing that. Now you have a virtually indestructible sword. And we can call that Batcraft's Iron Sword, even if we wanted to. I don't have any way in game for you to see the name of the sword or its durability, but just know that the sword you now hold is now customized. All right. It was, okay, I don't remember how to call Lua directly very well, but I think it's Lua get table. Actually, I want to index it directly, right? So, wouldn't I just push an integer? Like 1 or something? Or how about 2 to get 22? And then Lua get table, right? Or Lua, it's not get table, it's like Lua get... Is it get I? I trigger a method for the index, that's exactly what I want. Oh, and I can put it in, I can just call get I. Alright, that's even easier. So this will be a -2. and returns the type of the pushed value. So all they need to do is call, it's going to be pushed, so I just do check, well, not check, it's check integer is a shortcut for something, right? Lua int, no. Is it just Lua integer? Lua to integer? Yes. Lua, so that's the assert. Expect equal 22 for Lua get into Lua to integer. To integer -1. Int. There we go. Oh, I need to add that to the build system. New test framework, right? So it goes next to journal tests, or journal. There it is. Source JSON wrapper tests. There we go. Should probably add a way to see your durability on your weapon. I'm actually thinking of getting rid of durability anyway. So, but yeah, when I have like a mouse over or a way to see your weapon's attributes, it's going to show all that stuff. Just haven't gotten to it yet. Okay, run the test. Oh, interesting. It returned 33 instead of 22. So I'm wondering if it's a off by 1 problem. Okay, what does it return for 1 then? And 0? It's not crashing, that's the problem. It's supposed to crash, dang it. It actually, well, nil gets translated as 0, right? It is off by 1. Because it's returning the 3rd index, not the 2nd. So let's at least fix that. Yeah, it's probably because it's off by 1, right? So this should be a subtract 1. Although that wouldn't cause a crash. It would just return like a nil or something. Well, at least I have a unit test, so that's not what's causing the crash, I guess. Have to find out what is. You had an unbreakable sword? Yeah. At one point I wrote down the entity numbers, and so I could probably find that again in my notebook. I think 3 people now have unbreakable swords. But when I get rid of durability, so you'll have a uniquely named item, at least, unless you get rid of it. I could probably find... Okay, let's see if this crashes. I'm wondering why it's taking so long for the other servers to time out. It's the timeout and no action after timeout means this server didn't have the most up-to-date log. Oh, interesting. They're all timing out, nothing is taking over. Or they're crashing. No, they're not crashing. Just none of them is taking over. Why would that be? Oh, they all timed out together? Okay, that makes sense. Bad argument 1 to type. Got string expected nil. Did it catch up? The receiving snapshot still takes a long time. And it's still... Okay, now it says it's caught up. Okay, cool. Let's... Okay, it actually did a snapshot. I was about to force a snapshot to happen. No, it's still doing install snapshot. This is bad. Okay, let's just take server 12 state and copy it. Delete 12 game journal 11. This is just a forced synchronization between servers. I basically said server 12 wins. Its concept of the current game state is now forced upon the other servers when I do that. I don't see how that off by one bug could have caused a crash though. Because this indexer does a check itself. Oh, it does do a resize. Is that the problem? No, it would have returned... Oh, it doesn't do a size check. Oops. Well, that would do it. Yeah, if it was off by one, it would have gone out of range of this array and crashed. Why do I have a range check here, but not here? That's weird. That's just gonna end up going there. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is just the int overload of it. Okay, where's the const overload of it? Do I not have a const overload of it? Is that the problem? No, I do here. Here it is. Yeah, it should have just returned null. Huh. Yeah, I don't know why it would crash. Get it to it, bud. Your work computer crashes. Guess it's leisure time. There you go. You refuse to get... Yeah, don't get rid of your sword. It's specially named. Get it to it, bud. This started. So the world, as soon as I refresh to get the tile sets correct, it should be up and running again. And then I should be able to retest this. So, sword, please. I can't say yes because the script crashed. Let's see the error. Bad argument 1 to type. String expected got nil. All right. What is named? A sword that Batcraft had. I gave it a name just because I felt like it. You can't mod me because you're not a game mod playing with Skizzers. The only authority game mods have right now is to update the commands, the golem commands. Does it only show moderators? It shows VIPs and up. Do I have a slot for you? Try again. I think I had an extra slot. Oh, I see. You chatted in game before. Yeah. I made you a VIP, so if you chat now, it'll show up in game. And why didn't it show up? Oh no, there it was. Hello. Oh, did I? Oh, because it is nil? Why did it say string expected? It shouldn't be expecting string, unless I did that wrong. Let's see. Type. Oh, I am. Okay, that's bad. This is totally wrong. It should not be doing that at all. It should be expecting a Lua. Okay, where is that? This thing. It should be doing that. Go to type. Yes. There we go. So this should be self. Hey, while we're at it, let's add a test for it. Type. So we're going to push, yeah, sure, we'll push an array. And then we'll say, this one I actually have to call a class method, right? So Lua get table. Is there a shorthand for that? Get field, I think is what it was, right? May trigger a method for the that's exactly what I want. So yes, I want get field. -1, and I want type. And that will add 1 to the stack, yes. And that will be the thing to call. So I will call it after I push. I just have to push the JSON second then. Right? So there's no arrange. I just push that now. And then I call it. One and one return value expected. And then I should get array for to string. Is that how it works? Yep. Okay. Let's test that out. It didn't like that because it says int. Okay, remove that. There we go. Oh, it's comparing pointers. So I had to do like string equal. There we go. It worked. Snapshot and then restart. Erg. Stretch. Been sitting here for almost 3 hours. Need a stretch. One of these hours and days, I'll get to the combat system. I should have known that trying to do something like this would elicit, like, finding the things I need to add to the framework to support basic things. Okay, let's try again. I really want a sword this time. Could you give it to me? No. JSON expected got nil. Why would it be nil though? It should have looked up the item. Oh, this isn't going to return. This is going to return an integer or a nil. So it's back to being if it's nil. Right? No, I don't need to save. So copy that and put it in the game. Edit. Submit. Clear. Sword. Aha. Hey, he would have handed me a sword. I don't think I have that working yet though. I disabled that, right? Actually, probably it's this has room up here is all broken. Yeah, because it uses the old code there. So I need to take that and put it up here. All right, so loop through. I guess I can abbreviate that, right? Okay. Actually, what did this print over here? Slot 1 is nil. Okay. That's what I wanted to see. And this is which function were we just doing? Give? Okay. Edit, give, paste. Let's try it again. Sword, please. Yes. And what did it do? No errors. He would have handed it to me. Why did he not? Oh, it has to do this first, doesn't it? It might not have created the entity correctly. Let's see if it even got in here. Game, chat, game, 0. Player entity will be given item entity. So let's grab that. Submit that. Okay. Sword. Yes, please. And what did it do? Oh. In fact, it tried to give it to me 3 times. So there is an entity. It created the entity, 6345. There it is. The item exists. It just no one is holding onto it. It didn't actually give it to me. Yeah, it's still null there. So that's the part that's missing. It's possible I screwed this up. Let's see. It had the correct number. It should have found room, and then it should have assigned it and then fed it back. But it could have broken at any point, right? So let me move this debugging up here. I don't need that one, but this one would be handy to have here. Player is those items, okay. And then let's look at the slots. Okay, so yeah, let's break this out again. Local v equals that. And then I can do a string there. Let's do one here. So game, chat, game, 0. Storing entity, item entity, in slot. Submit and try again. So, oh, he moved. Sword, please. Yes. Oh, so it should have done it. So why didn't it do it? It's possible this feedback is not working. So I guess I can look at the journal and see if that happened. So I would look at so I need to do it and then immediately stop the server so that the journal stops. So let's do that. Sword. Yes. And then let's snapshot and stop the server. And let's take a look at the snapshot. Oh, in Lua they start at 1, not 0. Wow, look at that. Over there. Thanks for the sub, Gadam. 3 months, wow. Thank you for your support. I appreciate it. Alright. Yeah, Lua is weird. Arrays start at 1 and not 0. A lot of people like to make fun of Lua because of that. Okay, I'm looking at the staged game. It doesn't matter which one. It should all be replicated. So I should be looking at game journal. Oh no, that's the after the snapshot. So the previous snapshot's journal. Okay, I should be looking at player. There we go. So here's the input yes, and here's the give to that player the entity in response to creating the sword. And then we modified, okay, here it is. What happened? It's still null. Why would it still be null? Why would it? Oh, do I not support modifying JSON arrays? Did I not do that? Did I not do a new index? So that requires a new index to be mapped. That might be why. No, I have object new and oh, but it assumes a string. Yeah, okay. So it's the same as object index. If it's an array, we have to handle it differently. Okay. Lua is cool because it was created in Brazil during a time that the Brazilian government had strong trade barriers for hardware and software. I didn't know that. I'm looking at this and wondering if it's going to be a problem that it's making it a JSON field and not an integer. What does this do in that case? Surely it should be fine, right? Because it'll be interpreted as an integer. I think so. I think I just need to fix this new index. They couldn't use outside programming. Oh, so they had to make their own programming language? Wow. I wonder what they would have done if they didn't need to make Lua. Would they have picked, like, JavaScript or something else? So let's do the same thing here. Down here. Right? Something like here. I think this is where I would do it. Actually, I don't need this. It's just this gets repeated. So that goes there and there. And I don't need this anymore. And I don't do a check. No, I move the check. That's right. So the value that we expect of the field name or index depends on the type of the thing. So it's right. If it's an array, interpret the argument 2 as an index, and then this becomes field index. And I don't need to do this. If it's an object, then interpret as a string and do that, and I don't need to do this. Right? Gosh, I hope that's right. I think it is. But I should test this, right? Because that was a bug. I should make a test for it. Excuse me, I should make a test for it. So let's do that up here. So this is new index JSON array. So we push that on to the stack, and then we're going to, I guess it's put I. That's my guess. Let's look it up. Put I? No. Set I? Set I. Okay, so I have to push something on the stack first. So I would push an integer or something, right? So Lua push integer Lua 42, right? And then set I. The table is now 3 down. Hold on, how does this work? I don't think I need this global. Where did I copy that from? Actually, I didn't need that at all, did I? I could have just done that. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me see if what I was doing there. Right. So I don't need to do that. I can just do -1. I don't need that. I can do -2. So the thing I'm getting from is this one, which is 2 down now, and that's the one on top. And I'm setting... Wait a minute. Do I need a third argument there? I did. What's that? That's the index. Okay, so again, we're changing the middle one. So I'm going to expect JSON array 114233 for I have an equivalent of this, right? It's like pop, or what is it called? Pop from Lua. There we go. From Lua. Is it on top now? I think it is, because set I removes 1. It removes the one we push, so it should be on the top of the stack there. And that returns, right, a reference to a JSON value, so that's exactly what I want. Cool. Testeroni. It fails. Oh, it put it in the wrong index. Okay, yeah, did I have the off by 1 problem again? This is why it's good to have tests, right? New index. Yeah, so I didn't do the -1 correctly. That's the consequence of having array start with 1 instead of 0 in Lua. Yay, it works. And I didn't screw that one up, right? Cool. All right. Let's try again. I say this a lot. JS didn't come out until 1995. Okay, so what was around in 1992 or between then? Whenever they made Lua. Basic and stuff like that. What would be the closest thing to a scripting language? Perl? Maybe? Python? Perl? Okay. Try once again. Please give me a sword. Yes. It didn't work, so... Is it because of an error? Actually, I won't know because I just cleared it. So I'll have to do it again. Sword, please. Yes. There's no error. But it didn't appear in my inventory. Can I peek at the game journal and see it right now? Or will it have disappeared already? No, but it might still be available here. There it is. Okay, look, it would have put it in my, it should have put it in my inventory. So why is it not in my inventory? Am I just dumb and I'm not looking? No, it's not in my, so what the heck? Is it not in my inventory? It's not, but the journal showed that it would be. Unless this is malformed. Modify component. Oh, the entity number is missing. Oh, yeah. That would be a problem. I can fix that. That is in the script for, here. No, it was there. That's weird. Oh, but it's not entity. It's player entity. Aha. I feel like I'm really close to getting this working now. Give. Submit. Now. One last time, Bob. Can you give me a sword? Yay! Look, he gave me a sword. And if I ask for another one, he should tell me I don't have room for it. Oh, he doesn't say that. He should have said you don't have room for it. Why didn't he say that? Slot 4 is nil? Slot 4 shouldn't be nil. Oh, wait a minute. There's an off by 1 in the indexer. I betcha. Yeah, it should be greater than, not greater than or equal to, because I have to subtract 1. Okay, so let's make a test for that. So this will be a special index out of index JSON array. Let's call this one last, and we'll call this one middle. Might as well just have them all three, right? First, middle, last. So get the first one, I should get 11. Middle one should be 22. Last should be 33, and I bet the last one's gonna break. According to a Wikipedia article, Python was too new. 93, the only real contender was Tickle. I remember Tickle. Which had been explicitly designed to be embedded into applications. So they wanted one that could just run standalone? Interesting. Yeah, Python's been around a lot longer than people think. I remember my brother was telling me about this new language called Python. I didn't know what the heck he was talking about, but he was really into it. Okay, so there I reproduced the bug. It is not returning 33, it is returning 0 or nil. Probably interpreted as 0. And that's just simply like there. And I probably have the same thing in new index, right? Yeah, so let's make a test for that. Yeah, let's do the same thing. We'll replace the first, middle, and last. First, so 1, the 42 should go there instead of there. And this is middle, and then this is last. So that should be 2242. Let's just run all the JSON wrapper tests at once. One fell swoop, and then I'll fix the off by 1 there. And run it again. And then I'll reset this guy. And Bob should say, you don't have room for this. You know what I should do also? If you suddenly fill up your inventory after it created the sword, so like for an else here, it should just destroy the sword, right? It should just say, oh, we made one for you, but you couldn't hold it. I guess we could either destroy it or we could drop it on the ground. I should put a note here. Probably should either destroy the sword, the item, or drop it on the ground. But I'm not going to bother doing anything right now. I'm just going to put this in the game. We can leak entities, it's not a big deal. Although, it would... I probably shouldn't leak entities. One of the administrative tools I need to make for the game is, like, search for entities that have been leaked. Or NPCs that have gone way out of range, that kind of thing. Yeah, you don't want to leak entities. They'll just... That's like a sword that's, like, lost forever, right? Give, paste, submit. Okay, can you give me one? You don't appear to have room for it. Okay, well, what if I go over here and drop this last one? Now do I have room? Yay! It's a little bit of lag because it's the round trip is slower in my test environment. I never flipped back to the all tab, did it? I can remove these checks now, right? Game chats. Right, okay, so... Okay. Cool. I should check all this in before I get any further, right? So this is the whole callback mechanism, and it's separate from the JSON wrapper stuff, so let's check that in separately. JSON wrapper. Okay, there are a couple things here. Fixes and enhancements to JSON wrapper. So, fix indexing of JSON arrays is completely broken. Add type class method to determine the type of a JSON value at runtime. And that's all I did, right? Added type, support indexing arrays. Okay, good. Good. And what do I do here? This was the feedback action, so let's check that in separately. Oh, wait, hold on. This is required for that, so let's check that in first. This is the way of the issuing callbacks in the first place. Where's the code for it? Here, right? And then the corresponding thing in the script host. That one and this one here. There we go. So add issue callback to components/script host. Okay, bye, the Nick program. Thanks for stopping by. It's probably getting late for you. It's probably close to midnight or past. Let's see. Oh, this was a separate bug. Right, that's going in a different check-in. Issue callback. Okay, yeah. So this was a bug. Where was it? Here, the requirements wasn't getting the player and target of the dialog. So dialog fix requirement evaluation. The player and target entities were not being given to the script. Oh, that should have gone. Okay, we'll just add that in right now. So include JSON wrapper tests. Okay, and this isn't really required. I started out with that today, and I'm like, I don't need that yet, so that's separate. Failed to survive. You just gifted a sub to someone completely different than yourself to lose. Thank you for that gift sub, Fail. You didn't have to do that. But I appreciate it. By the way, you should check out Fail to Survive's stream. I like to hang out there because it's a really chill stream. He plays different varieties of Minecraft, vanilla Minecraft or mod pack Minecraft, and it's a fun, chill stream. I didn't say anything to lose. Twitter is down right now. I don't know how we get our orders from the president. I thought there was a special channel that he has now. He can send it straight to all of our cell phones direct, right? Okay. Yeah, this is the callback side effect of the create entity action. So add optional what do we call it? ECS script callback for create entity feedback. And then I'll just check this in right now. So we're going to give new NPCs at combat related attributes. We're not using them yet, but we should be able to check in the world and see them. Is it one of those things where it's down for some people and up for other people? Alright, let's see if we can find an NPC that's relatively new. Oh, here we go. So they're attackable, and how many hit points does he happen to have? He's got 16 hit points. Alright. I just killed him, mercilessly. I have a feeling a bunch of NPCs escaped, though. Oh, there's a new one that just got created. Something is technically wrong. Well, isn't that true for a lot of things? Yeah, guess it's down. Wait a minute, I'm missing a sword. I need a new one. Bob, help me out here. I don't have room to store it? What about this one? What happened? I broke it. He thinks I don't have room. Oh, it's 0. How did it get to 0? 0. Oh, do I have it where if I drop it, it becomes 0, or is it when let me see. Oh, it's null if I drop it, 0 if it gets destroyed. Okay, well. That should fix it, so now Bob will give me one. There we go. So, to fix that, I need to, that's a bug in the, in the system I'm going to remove anyway. That NPC despawning. NPC destruction, right? It probably sets it to 0. Yeah, it sets it to 0 instead of null. That's what it is. Okay, I'm not going to worry about that because we're going to remove durability anyway. How much time do I have? I have like 45 minutes left. Let's see what I can do. So give items attributes. Attack cooldown. Okay, so let's do this in the form of the script that I'm writing. Stuff is going to gradually shift over to this Lua stuff. So yeah, let's construct this in pieces like this so it's easier to read. Okay, and then attack cooldown. So let's give it a CD. We'll make it 0 to start with. Actually, this is the amount of time between swings. Let's say you can swing every second. And damage. So here we go. How do I want to encode this into small enough characters? How about DB, DNDD? Damage base. Let's say it at least does 1 point of damage. And then damage N is 1 and damage, so 1d8 plus 1, in other words. And then bonus or penalty to hit. Let's say hit. I think a sword is kind of clumsy, so we'll make it a -2. Alright. I don't need to save that, I just need to package that up back into the game again. Let's give sword. Edit script. Done. Alright. You know what I need in this game is a garbage disposal. The nearest is I can just drop my swords around Bob and he will destroy them as he moves. Yeah, do me a favor and destroy these swords for me, Bob. Just step on them. No, you gotta step on them. Come on, you can do it. No! Anyway, let's talk to him and get a new, oh, not a game, sword. Yes. Brand new sword. So that should have all the new attributes on it. 60, whoop, 6361. I'll need to make a more convenient way of doing this. Okay, so it's got all of the nice attributes on it. The question now is to do the to do these things, do I do it in C++ or do I do it in Lua? If I do it in Lua, that means I need to add a mechanism to call Lua game systems. I don't have that yet. I kind of want that. So what would be a good way to do that? I'm thinking maybe if there's a global variable that's an array that we can, or an object that we can add and remove from, that would work out pretty well, wouldn't it? So let me just freehand draw what I want. So something like function, we're calling this combat, and it will have no arguments, but it would be something like, actually it would have an argument. Game systems always get an event, right? If event type, and I need to look at another system to compare this. So let's look at NPC. Let's look at dialogue. Dialogue handled the talk event, and I want attack and dialogue to be triggered similarly. Where is the main system? Oh, it's right here. So here are the different types of events. So right, talk. So you get a player and a position linked to the player, and then there's a direction key. Okay. Actually, I'm using double quotes when I type it in here, right? So it would be attack. Then. So there's a player. So local player entity is event.player. And then a game with entity. So function player and player entity. And inside of this, actually it was the position that I cared about, right? Although I'm going to want both. So we'll just repeat this inside of there. This is funky indentation. So this is position. And there's a direction key, okay. Okay, and I had a helper to do this. I should probably just report this to Lua right now. I kind of like the convention of using snake case for Lua. This one takes a move key. Well, key. Basically just doing this, so can we just... Actually, it's a lot simpler than this, right? So it's if key is A, then return -1, 0. Else, is there an else if? I can't remember. I thought Lua had an else if. Where would I find that? Their index isn't so good. Okay, there it is. There is an else if. How come it didn't like it when I typed it? Oh, it did like it. Okay, never mind. D. Then I'd like the fact that in Lua you can return more than one thing, so I can do that. And what do we do if, okay, if we don't do anything, we're returning 0, right? W and S. This is 0, -1, 0, +1. Okay. Back to this. Okay, so I say I think this is the way you do it, right? You do local dx dy equals that, and then the movement is the event direction, and then local x is position x plus dx, local y is position y plus dy. Really stuck? Yeah, well his computer crashed. Now you're staring at a full to-do file with nothing to do. Oh, starring. Staring? I think it's just one R if you're staring. And it's nothing to do because your computer's crashed, right? Oh, did I say bye to Backcraft? I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Bye, Backcraft. That was 10 minutes ago. Sorry. I'll have to say sorry to him later when failed to survive's channel, I guess. All right, now. Right, we're okay. How do I do this? I don't have a method to do this. Don't have access to this right now. Okay, I don't have enough time to do this, but what I would like to do is like have it loop through everything at that position. So something like this. Game with entities at position. And there's some kind of function entity given a position, so that's x and y. And nil for a zone, which is implicit if I don't pass it, right? I should just make it explicit. Well, it's going to be position.z anyway. Right. So it'll be again a nested game with entity component of type if they're an NPC, right? Entity. Right, so this is where they get attacked. So let's just break this up into another function. Attack player NPC, right? Actually, should we figure out what weapon they can attack with? So right now there is no weapon slot, so what we can do is just loop through and find the first weapon we have, and if they don't have a weapon, maybe they can't attack. So it would be similar to this then. Right here, right? So it's, let's say room becomes has weapon. And we'll turn slot into weapon slot. You know what, I don't actually need this flag at all because a 0 can mean we don't have one because it's 1 based. So we can just say if weapon slot then. Okay, we need to get this one first. because we're looking up the player's entity, and amongst their items, we're seeing if it has to not only be not nil, it has to actually be a weapon. So I have to do game with entity component of type item. And let's turn V into item entity. So only if it's a weapon. If item, what did I call it? T. Well, okay, we'll just hard code it to sword. If item.t is sword, then weapon slot is I, right? And we should only do the first one, so we should say, there's no break in Lua, is there? Well, let's not blame playing with scissors. He had technical difficulties with his computer. It was just slack. Eventually the tab crashed. It was using all of your RAM. Oh my goodness. Why Lua? What are you trying to accomplish? I'm using Lua as a more fluid and flexible way to develop the game systems in my game, so I don't have to recompile the backend server. So I have this mechanism here where I can edit scripts. They're in Lua, and they're executed by the game whenever things happen. So like this script here, actually there's two of them. There's give and give sword that kind of work together. They are triggered by talking to Bob here and asking for a sword. And I got that working today without having to. I did have to recompile the backend server, but only because there were some integration functions between Lua and the C++ that were missing or had bugs. But yeah, the idea is to sort of evolve the game first in a very fast iteration, fast turnaround, flexible way by doing stuff in Lua. And then once the game systems sort of get, like more concrete and they're not changing as much, then I would port them to C++ for the performance and not need to touch it anymore. That's the idea. So it's sort of, there's a trade-off between if you want the code to run fast and you don't need to modify it very often, then you would use you would compile it down to assembly or machine language, right? But if you're going to constantly be changing the scripts, like if you're still working on developing them and you want fast turnaround and you don't care about maybe the performance is not the best, then embedded scripting is really good. Yeah, LuaJIT is sort of a nice intermediary where it does some of the compilation up front, and so it becomes faster at the cost of you have that upfront compilation, and also it doesn't work with if you have to call C functions from Lua, I found out. Yeah, well, if the Lua is only doing Lua stuff internally, I think it's a lot faster with LuaJIT. What I found in practice when I'm doing stuff like this where I'm interacting with this game object is actually in C or C++, LuaJIT would be just as slow as Lua because it has to cross that Lua C barrier and then back. And then all of my JSON stuff, like this player is a JSON wrapper, so it's actually in C. It won't benefit from LuaJIT either. So, For pure Lua, yeah, I agree, Shake Soda. Yeah. So what I'm doing though, it's like kind of using objects that are in C, so kind of lose some of that benefit there. Yeah, I was gonna see. Does Lua have a break? I don't think Lua had a break, did it? That would be under control. Would it be under control structures? Okay, there is a break. So we'd want to do a break, wouldn't I? Okay, it's instead of this return. If weapon slot, then break end. Right? Because otherwise we're going to keep looping and we might find another sword. All right, so if not weapon slot, then we kind of want to tell the player that they can't attack. So we'll do game chat error. I think I had a version for that. Error player entity. Let's use double quotes for that. You have no weapon. Return. I guess I can test that much of it. It's this one I don't have yet at the C level, so this will crack. This won't work correctly, but I can at least test this part of it. So let's actually terminate it here. So let's say it's game chat. Game player entity. You swing your sword and miss. And then the rest of it just won't be run. Okay, let's try this. Oh, wait a minute. For this to run, right, I had told myself that I was going to take this whole thing and then stuff it in a global variable somewhere. We'll just call it systems, and we'll just say dot game. That means I have to make a global variable called systems. I can have the Lua wrapper adapter do that. Okay, I know what to do. So this will be just store it as not game, combat. Right? And we'll take this whole thing, because this won't exist yet. So what if we do this? If not systems, then systems equals empty table end. That I won't need that later, but I can that'll make it work now at least. And I will add this to the game. New script called combat. Add, edit, paste that. And I'm missing a parentheses at line 42. 42 is there. Oh, indeed. I am missing a parentheses. It's not an end, it's a parentheses. Edit. Paste. Okay, that worked. So it'll be in the global as a global variable. So if I do Lua return systems, it's a table. Okay, actually to make it not return an error, it would be Lua return to string systems. Right. So Lua return to string systems.combat. That's a function. So the function is defined. I just need to now call it. And I need to have the system to actually trigger it with an attack key. Oh, you forgot to say hello? I forgot to say hello as well. Hello, Shake Soda. I can't stream very much longer because I gotta go in 25 minutes. But hopefully I can get this to where I can attack an NPC with the sword and have it do something. Let's see if how far I can get. So I want to have, for the player, there's chat and talk. I also want attack, which I want to bind to like the A key. Right now, WASD is also movement, so I'm thinking of breaking that, so the only way you would move is actual arrow keys or these arrow buttons. And then A would be attack. I hope everyone's okay with that. If not, maybe I have to work on the custom key binding. Please don't. You don't want A for attack? What key would you want to attack? Would maybe running into them? You'd want that to attack? I'd prefer to have like attack and then a direction. Q? Am I going to remember Q means attack? I guess so. We're trying to decide on what the key bind would be for attack. So Q sounds like it's more preferable to playing with skizzers. For non-directional attacks, Z. Well, I'll definitely make it so you can customize the key bindings, but just for starters, let me pick one. Aerospace X. They're conventional. The other thing I was thinking about is, in World of Warcraft, abilities have by default they're bound to the number keys. So number 1 might be your sword, number 2 might be a spell. So I might do that instead, and then also show an icon to show the cooldown and all that. You need to right hand the mouse pressing the arrows is really annoying. That's true. Yeah. Okay, so we'll go with let me go with Q for now. And I'll just keep in mind that X, Z, C, and V are there if I need it. Mernin Krasner? Mernin Krasner? Alright, yeah, so in the front end I needed to establish this new mode, right? The input actions should have an on attack. And we'll have a button for it. Actually, it goes nicely here, right? Attack. Oh, and for this to work, it needs to be a fragment. Like that. And then on attack is another input context. So I should just look for talk and find what I need to change here. I don't need these. Okay, here we go. Yeah, okay, so we'll have an else. Let's keep it alphabetical, I guess. This will be attack. Dispatch actions, attack key. So I'll need to make an attack action. Did I miss a comma? Don't think I did. No, I did not. I don't think I missed any comma. I think we're good. If I did miss it, the compiler will tell me. Oh, that was for Krasner. Got it. Okay, here are the hard-coded key bindings, and this is what I would change if I allowed them to be changed, so... we're putting it up... Whoa. 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 Fix it quick. There we go, I fixed it. Whew. Q. Then dispatch the attack input context switch. Alright, next. Right, so we have an attack. We'll need an attack input context. Input attack, which we will need to import. Okay, so let's go here. Let's just take both of these and copy them. This is input attack. Whoops. Whoa, what happened? I don't know what happened. I suddenly stopped letting me type. Alright, input attack. It's attack bar. Attack direction. And it's all pretty simple. Might unify those later, but just press the letter K with your left hand. Urgh. How'd you hit K with your left hand? Could maybe right click on an NPC to attack them? Well, for ranged things, I haven't decided yet. One thing I was thinking, like, if we wanted to attack Bob, it would be clumsy to have to move. Like in Ultima 5, I think, you would actually put a target reticle and you'd have to use the arrow keys to move it. It might be easier since we have a mouse. They just, when you hit maybe you hit attack and then you click on the direction or the tile you want to target. Right? That might be better. So I might now allow you to click on Bob and it would target Bob. And if you had a melee weapon equipped, it would say out of range. But if you click right next to you, maybe it would turn that into a direction for you. Is this escape not work in that context? It doesn't work in that context. Okay, there's one thing I missed then. Where is it? The stage here. The escape. Yes, right here. Let's keep these alphabetical, shall we? So then you can hit escape. Attack is not a function, that's true. Attack is not a function. Let's make it a function. It's just an action there, so it's attack now. Attack. And then we'll have it go to middleware, and that's game interaction, I think, does that. Does this have attack in it? Oh, that's if that context, okay, yeah. It dispatches to itself, and kind of like that. So actions, attack, goes to attack. Similar to talk, it's just going to take a direction and translate it and give it to the server right now. Just keeping it simple. We'll do the mouse stuff later. So it reduces a direction into a string that we're going to print, and we'll take the original key and give it to the server, and it's a message called player attack. All right, let's see if that works as far as it should send a message to the server that we're attacking. Attack west, attack east, and we should have gotten from the server an unrecognized message player attack. Okay, so then it's backend work. Start with the test, right? So it's just going to be duplicating player talk. It's very similar too. Player attack. I just wanted to simply trigger a game system call. So find the character. Oh wait, this is define a player linked to their entity and say player attack. D is east, right? So it should say an ECS event attack from this player that direction. That's what I want. And then the last part would be to trigger a Lua script for a game event. Right? So run. So let's do this first. Player talk is put into the table there, so we'll put player attack also in the same table, in the same subsystem. So when we declare it, we'll declare both of them. And then here is the code that creates the game command to execute on the leader. So player attack. And we just change the type to attack. And then we're done. So yeah, interesting side note, the games journal records every single action every character does, every attack, every movement. Gets cycled through the game journal files. Okay, what's different here? Oh. Did I put E instead of D? I did. All right, so then the last part is, can we trigger scripts from ECS actions? Or can we invoke scripts from when we invoke systems? Where do we do that? I guess I should search for invoke systems. That is something the coordinator does, isn't it? No, the executor also does it. For ECS events. Doesn't really matter who does it. It should just be, yeah, it should just be on the component system. So components should have a test for this. And it doesn't. I mean, here's where we translate start and stop, and here's where the code will have to change. So let me put a bookmark there. Because this is calling the hard-coded C++ game system. So in addition to doing that, we're going to want to loop through all the Lua ones too. Actually, I can make it even simpler. I could just have it call a single Lua function and let the Lua scripts dole it out as needed. Yeah, I think I like that. So let's just make a test that requires that. Okay, so I got 20 minutes, 13 minutes. All right. How much can I get done in 13 minutes? I don't know. Invoke sys. Do I not have a test for this? Oh, wrong one. Here's where I need to go. Invoke. I don't have a test for it. That's okay, we can make one. So it'll be called invoke systems calls Lua. So arrange, let's define a function. The easiest way to do that would be to evaluate a script, right? So void components evaluate script function. What are we going to call it? Systems? Yeah, we'll just call it systems. Systems event, and we'll just store like this as a global. So foo equals event is probably good enough, right? End. And then that should say assert, not asset. When we're done, I'm going to expect foo to be equal to the event we pass in. So let's put event here and we'll arrange an event. Const auto event is JSON object. And that's supposed to have a type in it. So let's put a type of bar. And I don't know, something else. Spam is Baz. Doesn't matter what we put. As long as the act is to do components dot invoke systems event. There we go. It didn't like something. Oh, this int. Go away with that int. All right, here we go. It's going to fail. No results. It's null. Okay, so let's fix it. Might as well bookmark there. And then here's where I fix it, right? So I call impl script host in evaluate. Evaluate, I think. Script. Oh, no, I need something quite slightly different. Can I... No, this is going to Lua set top for me. Okay, I guess I need to make another function here. I'll just call it invoke systems. And we'll pass in the event. Does it need the game time? I guess we can pass them both. All right, and then that just need to add that to our script host. Invoke system, similar to these other guys. Invoke systems. So this it should mirror these, right? In fact, I could probably copy from this guy's documentation. Yeah. Let's just copy the whole thing. I will say, execute all Lua-based game systems to handle the given event. There we go. And then go to there, put it right afterwards. 8 minutes left. Gotta leave. I started an hour early and I gotta leave an hour early. Okay, so There's no expression. I don't need to load anything, so this goes away. Do I still need I don't need a reader state either. I just take this part and drop the rest. And might as well just do that. Set top 0 just clears the stack. Okay, so we have a traceback function. And we're going to, I need to set up the thing to call. So that's Lua get global systems. And we're going to call it. Now, if it doesn't exist, it'll be an error, which is okay. We're just ignoring errors, right? So the convention is function and then arguments, right? So I would do a JSON wrapper push Lua impl Lua event, and then a Lua push number game time, and then we're going to give it 2 arguments and expect no return values. Hold on a second. Someone's at the door. I'm sorry, I kept that on a loop way too long, didn't I? It's another door-to-door person. I apologize for that. Okay, now I'm down to 4 minutes left. And I've probably driven half of you away with that long intermission loop. That's the audio from Monty Python and the Holy Grail, if you didn't recognize it. Yeah, no solicitor sign, maybe we should put that up, right? It was pest control. Last time it was solar cells, now it's pest control. No, but this one wasn't so aggressive. I said we don't do sort of door-to-door stuff. She's like, oh well, here's the website if you want to look it up later. And I'm like, okay. Okay, args, I want to push a event. And actually no, I'm not what am I doing? It doesn't matter if it's okay or not. We're ignoring it, right? I think I had that just in case I wanted to do something with it later, so maybe I'll keep that and put it here, I guess. And then get rid of this. And then that can be a const again. Yeah, all right. Let's just see if that passes this test I had set up right here. Yeah, so this will ignore the gain time, which is fine. Run. Yay, passes. So many good things. You're talking about PHP, right? Are you avoiding saying PHP? Oh, what scene of Monty Python and the Holy Grail? It's the one, it's the intermission scene. When they're in the middle, they're crossing the bridge of death. Remember that? It's like, it's supposed to be really dramatic and on the edge of your seat, and all of a sudden it's, oh, intermission. Okay, so this should call the game. So, okay, we're going to restart the game now. Actually, before I do that, let me edit this so it can't. There will be a systems function. Fact. I need to make a new name for this. Actually, let's just We'll call it system handlers or system. I don't know what to call it. System functions. And then let's take that piece of it, and I'm going to make one called systems. Add. Edit. So do the same thing, and it's going to have a function as well. Function systems event end. And this will say for key.value in pairs system functions do well, we can just call this system function. Don't care what the key is. We just call it with event, and then we're done. Submit. Okay, now to restart the server. And we're at the 1 o'clock mark. Wait, with the dragon cartoon? No, it was just a generic intermission scene, is what it was. You shall fetch us? No, it's, we want a shrubbery. Hey there, Mr. Balrog, how are you doing? And then when they finally come back with the shrubbery, it's like, we want another shrubbery. The knights who say ni. Such an awesome movie. Okay, get our graphics back. And let's see if this works. Should be able to attack you. Yay! That's cool. If I drop the sword, it should say I don't have anything to... Oh, he even destroyed it. It thinks I have a sword. That's wrong. So why does it think I have a sword? Did I close? No, I didn't close it. Here it is. The combat system. It should have said you have no weapon. So why did it think I had a weapon? Okay, hold on. Am I not understanding what 0 does? So let's say return. Shoot, how do we do this? Function. If not 0, then return yes, else return no, end that. Damn it. Thought I could do pro Lua in one step. Why does it think I have no weapon? I mean, why does it think I have a weapon when... Is this a 0? What does if not 0 do? I thought that would be... Not 0 would be true and it would do that. It's possible... Hold on. It's possible that there's a 0 in my items list? No, they're all null. That means not equal to nil. Let's just print out what it is. You have a sword in slot weapon slot. Let's just print that up here. And we'll take all of that, replace the combat system. Actually, it's here to the bottom, right? Oh, wait a minute, I changed that part of it. So just this part. Combat. Let's take these two lines back out and put them down here. All right, submit. Attack. You have a sword in slot 0. No, oh, 0. Okay, so 0 is... Okay, I can't do if not weapon slot. That doesn't work the way it does in JavaScript. Okay, so I guess the other way would be if it's equal to nil, right? That's such a small change, I can just do it manually in here. If weapon slot is nil, submit. Wait, why is it still saying you have a sword in slot 0? Oh, I got it wrong. It's not 0, it's not nil, it's 0. Should I have initialized it to nil then? Actually, that would be better, wouldn't it? If I did it equal nil and then if not weapon slot. You have no weapon. Great. Okay, let me grab that again. Actually, I'm just going to make a new buffer for it. There we go. Let's make sure we tell it that it's Lua. Submit. All right. Can't attack without a sword. Let me go pick up... Oh, hello. You shouldn't be there. They escaped this morning because the mountains were passable by mistake. But now, here, get in there. Come here! If I have a sword, I should be able to attack him. You have a sword in slot 1. You swing your sword and miss. The scrolling has a bug. It doesn't always scroll to the bottom. I hate that. Yeah, it loses scroll lock sometimes. Okay, well, we're getting somewhere. I'm running out of time, though. See you playing with Skizzers. I gotta go, too. You're better at actually leaving? I see. Okay, tomorrow I'll continue work on this. I will continue towards the goal of replacing... Oh, thanks for the follow. I need to replace the armory system. Actually, I already did this. I can remove the armory system now. We have Bob who hands out swords, right? He will hand out a sword now if we go over and talk to him and say, I would like a sword. Yes. There you go. Hands me a sword. So I already did that. I need to implement the item despawn system so that these swords don't accumulate everywhere. And yeah, I need to finish the combat system in order to replace the NPC despawning system. So I'm kind of midway through this. I guess we decided that's Q. So I did this much of it, right? I haven't done this part yet. So the idea is that if once we figure out there's a target at the place you're attacking, we need to perform the attack rolls, determine if we hit. If we hit, then do the damage, and then kill the NPC if they run out of hit points. And then I thought it would be cool if I had time, maybe I'll do this tomorrow, to add health bars so that as you're hitting these NPCs, you can see their health drop. And then later I'll add more effects, sound effects, visual effects, and all that stuff. It'll come together bit by bit. So that's what I'm probably going to be doing tomorrow. If that sounds interesting, please come back and join me. I'll be back to the normal schedule tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1700 hours UTC. And I'm glad that you were able to join me today. Let's go raid someone. Because I got to get going, unfortunately. Thanks for the follow. Let's see. I was hoping that some of the people who raided me yesterday would be on today, but I don't see them. It was Makings and Soding. I don't see either one of them streaming right now, though. See ya, Toulouse. Thanks for joining me. Oh, Spherus is starting. Is Spherus actually started yet? Or is it still the starting screen? I gotta wait for an ad. I have mixed feelings about ads on Twitch. I feel that I'm helping support Twitch, so I shouldn't be totally anti-ad and block ads and all that. But then on the other hand, it's sort of annoying that I have to sit and wait through an ad in order to rate someone. It would be cool as if there was a way to say, hey, I'm a streamer looking to rate someone. Please don't show me ads. Okay, so Spherus has started. She is a Unity game dev. And it looks like it's day 77 for her. She's just starting her stream. So let's help her out and raid her. I'm hitting the button. So I hope you enjoy Spherus. If you haven't seen her stream before, it's pretty cool. She's working on different aspects of making a game in Unity. And hope to see you again tomorrow. And have a great, wonderful rest of your day. See ya. Bye.